Hey guys, welcome to the stream. This is ARRIAGADA coming to you live from ROSEAU River, ANISHINABE First Nation. We're here at the GINEW Wellness Drop-In Center, and we're here for the it's a ROSEAU River Anishinaabe First Nation Community Workshop, and today we are enjoying the company and the teachings from LESTER HOWSE, who's going to be doing traditional law teachings today. And it says here that LESTER HOWSE is of the Rocky Mountain Tribe, international legal advisor to non-treaty and treaty and non-treaty Indians. So that's probably wrong there.
HOWSE. Masko netoodan. Kajas. Oh, 1994. No take skate in. O sjuöven. Moni av sjuöven. Ni av sjuöven. O geise. Sagasino. Tämän sitten musoma kanta kasapaa stigaven. Dark Lodge. Egote to the east. Tämän sitten etsikä. Egote Piegan Reno. Ik skeita kaikki auki vaikka kinotek skeita. Minä kaikki vai siinä vakuuge. My name White Thunderbird and Bear Clan. I come from Rocky Mountains. Some time ago, I was asked to, because I used to do a lot of research. I quit for a while, but I was asked by some of my cousins. They're from the reserve. They said they were sent to me because I've been studying a lot of things and people really didn't want to understand it. They didn't want to hear about it. So I was pretty well alone. But when they finally come and get me, I started to explain to them what I understood and what I knew legally, meaning by our law. because at that point in my life, I separated ROSEAU in white man's law, our law. Moi piegon, they're not the same. Moi oxisha, moi piegon. Now, for all the time that I struggle to try and get people to understand, I made a mistake. My mistake was giving the people too much. Gave them too much. It was too much for them. That was my mistake. Now, what I said earlier in the language, when I was sent east by the unseen from our lodge, and I was told to go east to I would meet somebody there who would help me to be able to show the people what will free them from the white man's law. I didn't doubt it because it came from the other side, the other family. I just had to wait. Okay, I got to fundraise, get myself over there. And I started out, I think I had $100 and an old truck. I have to put oil in it, not gas. Got to fill it up with oil. Check the gas. But I made it. Along the way, got help from mostly our people. So I'd stop here and there, explain what I'm all about, what I'm doing. So I got over there. I met with the individual that I was supposed to meet with. I didn't ask any names. I was directed by one of those longhouse chiefs, late Richard Miracle. He was a chief. I don't like the word chief too much. It's abused. Headman. He was a headman. He was appointed by the woman of his clan. He was 73 years old. His clan mother was 45. Got nothing to do with age. So he was told to accommodate me. Somehow they knew I was coming, spiritually. So I just turned to him, talked to him about our problem over there. They were arresting me for hunting and everything back in the mountains when I got home. So I explained to him. He said, all right, you go south from here. You go to a reserve, it's called Cataragas. That's Seneca. So I went south, and they said, you ask for a man by the name of Meredith Quinn. He's married over there. His wife is a Seneca woman. So I went over there. A guy asked me, was sitting next to me. He's one of those tobacco hustlers, He had about 8 cars. They change cars quite often. So he had one of these cars, a special formula. He said, when do you want to go? I said, yesterday. He said, well, let's go. Usually it takes about 3.5, 4 hours to get there. It took us 2.5. Car of his just like a plane. Shows your back. So we got there. There was many of us. Some people would come in and listen and they'd leave. So we started out, first of all, I explained my problem to him. That we put together the Elders Council. We put together those who were going to become tribal Indians. I knew that much. But I didn't know the structure. So he explained it took 8 hours sitting with him. He allowed 2 hours on a video. I got somebody from here, Jesse Green, to put that on the internet to try and help people to understand. So there's 2 hours of it on the internet. Should have edited because there's some words some people wouldn't want to hear. But putting that aside, It's more than educational. What it is, it's a living philosophy. In other words, when I look at these treaties, that's how I think. It's got nothing to do with rights. There's no such thing as rights. Rights are actually like privileges given by the white man. Well, here's your rights. Gives you your rights, but then he tells you, well, fight for them. Now, my cousins, they were through with a lot of that. They wanted an answer, and I couldn't provide an answer until I did the research consulting with those who actually know what a tribal Indian government is. And he was one of them. Now, I'll give you some of his background because it matters. It's really what stirred me. Now, he mentioned at one point, he said, in Albany, New York, there's 2 court cases, Supreme Court. So they are Supreme Court justices, you know, those that used to be able to hang Indians. He arrested 2 of them right off their bench. Supreme Court justices, 2 of them. And in both cases, I talked to some of the Indians who were in that courtroom at that time. One of the guys from Six Nations, he said, I really didn't understand what Meredith was telling that judge. He said, but within 5 minutes, that judge got off his bench, and he literally pretty well ran out of his own courtroom. The same thing with the second judge, the same place, Albany, New York. Supreme Court again. The justice did the same thing. He got out of there in a hurry. Now, so he explained it this way. The reason those Supreme Court justices ran out of their own courtroom when he started to present the rule of law that protects Indians, they ran out because they wouldn't be responsible for the collapse of their corpus juris secundum, their law, second law of the land. That's what it means. Second body of law or second law of the land. That's the United States goes by. He went by first law of land. First law supersedes the United States. Now, you're probably thinking, which I did as well, why aren't these Indians free? Why don't they listen? Why don't they do this? So he gave me a background of his travels. And I never did meet him, but I crossed paths with him. I've been to places where he helped the people, Indian people. Now, it came to the matter of our situation in the mountains. So here's what it was. So I thought, well, I know enough now. I could take this territory back for the good of the people. So when I got home, I couldn't believe it. Now the people, my children's mother, who I'd met, she lived north of us. Same people, same language. They talk a little too fast for me. But they're actually from the east. Most of them are from Six Nations. Some of them are Oneida. Some of them are different tribes. But they brought those who do all the mapping, those white people, do all the mapping for the Crown of England. They brought them out there. And some of them stayed. They married in with our people. Now, they were kicked out of a place called Jasper. It's a big resort, it just burned up recently. Now, they were living in Jasper. It was a very desirable place. Our people never lived in the mountains. That was like a sacred place, I hate to say it, church, no. A sacred place was just for medicine and for going to test yourself with the spirit world. So they moved right in because there's hay to feed horses all winter long. They were smart. They chose that area. Our people knew about it. We never lived in those mountains. So that's where they went and stayed. 1914, they were forced out of there. Okay? 1914, they built Jasper, the national park. So they were moved out, and they were told, we will never disturb you again. You live wherever you want on Crown land, but not here. Some of them were paid. One white man, he got $5,000 out of him because he married an Indian woman. And I guess he's good like this. I'm sorry, he got $7,000 just to move. The rest of them got $2,000, something like that. It wasn't a payment, it's supposed to help them to move. In them days, it was horse and buggy. So the area that I went to and married in with my children's mother, her grandfather, I used to talk with him, old man, old Louis, and he told me by horse it would take him 1 week to go down and get supplies, 1 week back by horse. There was no road where they are today. So when I come along, many years later, I start to understand their background. One of the older guys told me this. Now this is serious. He said to me, Lester, we were told when I was young to learn your guys' language so that we won't get removed. Like they were from Jasper. They were to learn our language. Because they were from down east. They were Oneida. I don't like the word Mohawk. That's not their real name. They were Ongahone. Oneida, or Ongahone, Oneida comes under. Now, they were all members of the Confederacy. Now, having said that, this is a prime example of why they were removed. First of all, they're not in their original territory. Okay? Now, they were given money to move, never to be bothered again if they go on Crown land. Well, they were bothered again. There's a town built, started out in the 50s. And they built a town. There was coal. There was coal, gold, diamonds, you name it, everything. For diamonds and that, it's pretty hard to remove the mountain. Coal was right surface. It was both surface mining and there was no underground. It was all surface mining. We shut that down, by the way. But anyway, we'll bring that up later. So when I get back home, here's what I'm dealing with. These people from the mid-50s, mid-50s when the road was built through there. There's an older woman, I didn't meet her, she was alive at that time. And my partner at that time, she was telling me, we'll go meet the old lady. And she'll explain something. But I didn't get to meet her, but her daughter come and told us. Here's what the old lady said. Before that town was built or any white people came there, she said it looks like a black snake coming through the mountains up to where they live. A black snake, it's got a yellow stripe on it. And she said, that black snake, whatever comes up his trail, it's no good. It's no good for us. That's what she saw. That was a highway they built in the 50s. It had become industrialized in a hurry. One of those overnight towns, or, quick towns, quick fix for jobs. Now, what's worse is that along with that came development, a way of thinking, white man's way of thinking. So the generation I was dealing with were the third generation to be in the white man's world. A lot of us still speak their language, but it's not as priced exact as it should be. Now, so when I got there, I couldn't believe it. People were phoning their own cousins, their own uncles, everybody who hunted. They turning their relatives in as poachers. That's how bad it was. So when I got there, I arrived At my children's mom, I went to visit her. We were just getting together that time. I had just a small car. On the way there, I killed 2 elk. I skinned them. You know, I'm good in the bush. Skinned the elk, cut the hides, put everything in. My car was like this. 2 elk in the back. The trunk was full. The back seat was full. I had pieces next to me. I made it. I felt good. Elk gave themselves this good gift for them people up there. So I pulled in, and my children's mom, she came out to the house, and then she said to me, she said, go to the back door. Drive around to the back door. What the hell? So I did. And her mother was at the back door. And she said, ask him if anybody saw him. What the hell's going on here? I said, no, nobody saw me. Why? You know, I'm not scared of anything. What's going on? She says, well, they're not allowed to hunt here. They're not allowed to hunt. She said, yeah, they're given a permit once a year. They can go and hunt once a year. They're given a permit. Now, the permit is usually given when the moose, especially the moose, are lousy when they're springtime. Also, if you're on welfare, you don't get a permit. Most of them are on welfare. They're the people that needs a permit, that needs that. A lot of them wouldn't violate the white man's law. You know, so the word got out. Hey, that guy up here just got here, brought 2 elk. So next thing, the younger people were talking to me. I said, well, if you want to hang out with me, we're going hunting. Because I'm telling you, there was small herds of elk crossing the highway. You know, all along that highway. Everywhere I look, there's moose. And here the people are going to the store, going to the food bank. So I decided, that's it, I'm going to open this up. So I went hunting. They never did take my rifle, but I wouldn't accept their summons to go to court. Wouldn't accept it. So a couple of times I outran them. As soon as I got out of the vehicle, they surround me. There's 5 of them one time. They tackle me, take me down. They put the summons in my pocket. So I was served. So I thought, okay, I'll go to court. So in 2 cases, the judge wouldn't, he wouldn't make a ruling. But he said, we understand you're not a status Indian. I said, no, not at all. My people did not take treaty. They didn't trust the government. Kind of looked at me. He said, well, you have no rights whatsoever. It's just a minute here. Who are you to dictate my rights? So I stood up to him. He didn't like it. He said, I could charge you with contempt, sir. I said, I'll agree with you. I agree with you 100% because I feel nothing but contempt for you in this court. And when I leave this court and I turn to the Fish and Wildlife, I told them, I said, I don't want you or your partner bothering me when I go hunting. So I had enough of it. So when I leave this court, I'm going hunting. That was it. I walked out. He didn't call for my arrest or anything. It's strange. Within 2 days later, there's an old man in the camp. He come up and he said, you know, I seen 2 elk. They're really healthy, just up the hill. He said you could drive up there. So I did. Me and my partner at that time, my kid's mom. So we went up. We got them both. She was kind of scared. I said, no, you can't be scared. So it was so hard. The snow was up almost to our waist. Good thing we brought a toboggan. So we got them out of there and put them in a truck. So we even kept the heads. Some of the antlers were huge. They're sticking outside the back of the truck. So we came out, and we're just getting near the town. Sure enough, Fish and Wildlife, they go by real slow. So I slowed down. You'd see the two moose sticking out the back, legs sticking up, antlers, everything. And I'm supposed to be an illegal hunter. So we passed and I slowed down for them. They both looked the other way. I knew I got him. I had him. So I thought, all right, I've got to find out how to stop these people from what they're doing. They've got these people turned against each other. There's not even reserves. You got full bloods all the way down to quarter blood in places called co-ops. They're not even reserves. They're co-ops, cooperative. And it's sad because the bloodline is diminishing. They're marrying too many white people. I'm not against white people. In this particular case, I don't want to see them around because once that blood quantum goes down, you're no longer acknowledged as Indian. The government decides that. Now, after I finished the court case, he sentenced me to 30 days. At that time, I had no protection by law. I just had, I guess, the guts to go and do these things. That's what it really came down to. Describing it, yeah, I went and do it because I had to feed the kids. And when we started feeding the kids, the whole neighborhood kids came over. Some of them were asking for pieces of moose meat, which we'd give them. The parents wouldn't come over. We'd go into their doors. Some of them wouldn't accept the meat because they're scared to get in trouble, be arrested. That's how bad it was. Now, so I stayed. It was hard, but I stayed. But in that lodge, like I said earlier, the language, I was told to go east. That's where I'd meet. So when I discussed this with Meredith, he told me this. He said, how many people are you? I said, well, I can talk for most of the people that come to our house. That there's maybe about 50. He said, what about the surrounding area? People that speak your language. I said, yeah, some of them are calling for help, so I do the best I can. But I know it's not complete because they're still coming after me. And they're even going after people with status, arresting them in our area, coming to hunt. It used to be, way back in the day, I remember our relatives on the reserve, they used to have a treaty card. There was no status. It was a treaty card. They could hunt and do everything I just described. They just couldn't build on the land. So look how far down that went. Now they even have to, in some areas, get a permit. But anyway, going back to it. All right. So after I explained my problem to him and everything, he said, well, you want to stop him? The first thing you do is put your people together. It'll help you the best I can. But first thing you do to stop them, bring up your clan mothers. I looked at him. Okay, I knew my clan at that point, but I thought, geez, all these people, I got to get their clans. So that was a job in itself. So he told me, he said, now his words, I'm just going to kind of jump a little bit here to give you an idea of how it works. So his last words to me when I was leaving, he told me, he said, bring up the woman's side. Do that, put them in place, and they can't touch you. That was his words. They can't touch you. Now I'm going to move ahead. This is about 94, 95, 96. The head of the local detachment of RCMP, he came up, he was looking for me. And I was out, because other people were calling for help. So I go try and help them. So when I got back, they said, you got to meet with that head of police here, Dale Clark. He was the head of the detachment in the town. And he said, this is very important that he meet with me. So I got back. He came down. He had no police car, no gun, no nothing. He just explained ahead of time. He'd come down clean. And he got there. Now, prior to this happening, this is the whole point of it, and I'm going to show you the document in time. When I knew exactly who was going to be responsible as somebody from the woman's side should be, the authority right. So we put that in order. So we kept that quiet. So I put together, it took me a month, I put together a command, a copy of it here. I commanded the Queen of England, Queen Elizabeth. I commanded her to get out, her and her agents and her law. She responded positively. She honored the command. Got a copy of her letter here. So we were free. Now, this cop was sent up from Edmonton. You know, we're in the mountains. So he was sent up from Edmonton, his commanding officer of K Division, which is for all of Alberta. He was in a meeting. This other cop that come and talk with us, Dale Clark, the head of that detachment, he was not allowed in the meeting. It was an exclusive meeting. But he told me what his commanding officer told him to tell me, to share with me. Here's what he said. He said, in that meeting, there was, see, at this time also, let me explain to you, we also moved right into the mountains. We moved out of the towns, we moved out of the co-op or village, we moved right into the mountains where we were never allowed before. Cut trees, started building our own houses, got pretty good at it. Put up seven houses before winter. So, government gets wind of this. So at this meeting, you had Anderson, who was Minister for the Environment, because where we moved into, they considered Crown land, National Park, being transferred to provincial jurisdiction. Provincial jurisdiction, still a national park, but under province. Now, the two ministers, it was what's his name? Used to hang around with the Blackfoots, Premier Klein. Ralph Klein was a premier. So his minister of the environment was also sent to this meeting. And the minister federally, Anderson, was at this meeting. That was their business because he was the head of parks. That was his portfolio, all parks and everything else. And this was in his jurisdiction. So he showed up, the head of Fish and Wildlife, Ottawa, showed up. CSIS, the spy service, this representative showed up. So the issue was us living in the mountains, making our own homes, breaking totally away from white society. Now, so the first one to speak, he said, was Fish and Wildlife. Their concern was this man is encouraging people to go out and hunt freely. They're all hunting. They're fishing in areas that are restricted. They weren't restricted. They're in mountain lakes that nobody goes to. It's all trout. So the point of it is here. Now, they're trying to decide jurisdiction. That's what it was. That was the issue. Do we have it or do they have it? Now, by that time, I put together the foundation of a tribe. Now, a tribe, and even at the UN level, they know this. The foundation must be 5 clans. So we had them. We had that part, no problem. So The two ministers, they got together when Fish and Wildlife said, we want those people removed out of those mountains. If we have a budget left over, we can hire, what do you call it, auxiliary police, or they'll rent a cop. They're cheap, to go and remove us. Because we have a budget for it. So the two ministers left, and they came back 5 minutes later. They went up to Fish and Wildlife, and they told Fish and Wildlife, they told Fish and Wildlife, leave them alone. You do not touch them. So, back to the drawing board. The next thing was brought up was Lester John House, my corporate name. So, CSIS made a presentation. And they said, we've classified Lester John House as the #1 threat to Canadian security. I was looking at the cop. I said, Dale, you know what? I don't own a gun. I have to borrow a gun to go hunting. I own a knife. Because I don't own tanks or weapons of war or destruction. I said, I'm just here to get our people free of your lie called law. He said, oh, I understand that. Well, mumbled a bit. The point of it is, he said this, my message is this. I was sent here to talk to you and to tell you, to let your people know, apparently we can't touch you. Couldn't touch any of us. Why? The command to the Queen. Why? The foundation of a tribe. Legal tribe. So we can't be touched. We can hunt. Today, my brother-in-law takes people out selectively. He finds these rich guys that want an animal. All the meat stays with the people and have their trophy. But that's what he does. He selects them. The same ones come every year. So it's not like 10,000 hunters out there. No, he's selected. He hires my sons. So they're all good with horses, my sons. I grew up with that way. They're born on a cabin floor. Their auntie delivered them. So we took everything back we could, even the old way of midwives. So we started to live good, really good. We always had meat, plenty, dry meat, you name it. I used to go out, I'd have a big bag of dry meat. You'd give half of it away, everybody wants dry moose meat. But the point of it is here, we took that back. We didn't go and ask them, what are our rights? I said earlier, you have no rights. You don't. There's no such thing as rights. Now let's bring it up. I'm talking about people who are not treaty. Okay? Most of them, some of them are full bloods, some of them like me, no hompan. She's a full blood, pure blood. My hompan, my grandfather, up to Augustan. He's registered with the Northwest Half-Breed Commission. That's where they separated the families, took the so-called mixed bloods away from the family, the Indian families. They were the same. That's why my old people didn't take treaty. They didn't trust them. They wouldn't touch it. The generation before never touched it. The generation before, they took treaty. I got the document where their names, my Nokumpan, my late grandma, Mashompan, my late grandfather, 2 generations before me, their names are scratched out. Their Indian name is scratched out. It's still on that document. Underneath it says, removed from Indian list, now registered with Northwest Half-Breed Commission. So this Half-Breed Commission, they had to go by international law. They couldn't apply domestic law because of the protection, Indian sovereignty. We were Indian. I never grew up thinking I'm a Métis or anything like that. I'm a Bell C-31. I grew up as an Indian in the bush, the mountains, until we moved to these white towns where, we were stolen. RCMP stole us from my mom. because she spoke broken English. Couldn't speak like those white women could. Anyway, getting back to it. So the people finally realized, some of the guys in there, they almost fell off their chair. Because I said to Dale, cop, I said, look, Dale, you understand this? So all charges now that were against these people are removed. He said, oh yes, I know that. So, it sounds simple, but it was hard. I had to study that law for a good 6 months before I began to let them know what it is I've learned from it. Because Meredith had given me enough documents to bring me up. He just said, choose these documents. He told me which ones I should start with. When I phoned him after the Queen honored the command, when I phoned him, and I told him, I said, I commanded the Queen, he started laughing. He said, you know, that's a good start. I said, here's her response. She acknowledged the command. So we're free in a moment. So that covers territory. So there was no reserve. They just had a little co-op. But now those who came on board, they're free. They became members of a signatory Indian tribe. That's the exact term to use, identifying yourself as an Indian. Because you are a member of a signatory tribe. Now, why do I say this? Because it's sad to say this part of it. Most people I met, they're stuck in the 1800s. Not everyone, but most of them are. They're stuck in the 1800s. They're stuck because they don't understand what a treaty means. And nobody has ever helped them other than the late Meredith Quinn and myself. And I'm not bragging, it's hard. It's simple to understand, but it's hard to present. But I found a way to do it very simply. It took a while. So I'm going to explain that part of it right now. The history of treaty, okay? The history, the real meaning of treaty. Let's start there. I'm going to use this board. It helps me. I'm still all right there, Mike? Okay. What am I doing wrong here? All right. Treaty. All right. To begin with, now this is studying the origin of treaties of the past, treaties before Columbus, which we have with the white tribes of Europe. I know where they are. I know the foundation of international law, which is 6 treaties. 3 of them are Indian, that every nation of the world must abide by, that sits at the UN. So treaty. First of all, there's the most important part. Now, a treaty can only be based upon that's it. Study the treaties. They can only be based upon peace. And I say this because this is what's happened. That this cannot include the imprisonment of the people placed on Indian reservations, reserves, in the United States, rancheros, pueblos, that's other terms used for an Indian reserve. I found it under international law, the law of nations. They try to hide things. So, according to a treaty, you're to be at peace, nothing more. It can include the surrender of land. Look at, for example, I tell people this, look at Germany. Germany was a country that was trying to take the world. With that madman, Hitler. Now, they were defeated. Were the people put on Indian reserves or German reserves? What's going on here? They're still in Germany because they claimed they were a sovereignty and they were acknowledged by the other countries. So that's where the peace was made. So when I look at treaties, I look at the past. All right, here's the understanding of treaty. Now this is the real meaning, and I mean it because the Queen's advisors, they're international legal advisors. They know what I'm talking about. And I don't know damn well they're surprised. This little old hillbilly Indian knows what the hell they're up to. Here's what it is. The treaty can only be based upon peace, not the imprisonment of the people on reservations. According to international law, reservations are defined as places where prisoners of war are kept. It's very clear. Now, research, I'm telling you, research pays off. Especially when you go off the beaten path and not follow them fools called professors that mislead you. Okay, so peace, that's all it can be based upon. Well, I've used this for my relatives who are treaty. Now, here's the other part of it. A treaty can only be made between S. There, I should have more space. A treaty can only be made between two sovereigns. Do you know who these treaties were made with? Representatives of a corporate country today known as Canada. They were so not legal. Now, so these guys became businessmen or politicians after they were sent out by the crown. They claim that they had sovereign power. They did not. There's one professor I met in, what's that, Dalhousie? He was from there. He's a white guy, but we sat down and he looked at me, where do you get your information? I know this stuff, but I can't present this stuff like you do. I said, why can't you? Because they won't allow it. At the university, they won't allow the truth. We said, I'd like to bring you in. He never did. I hear he got fired. You know, he probably brought it up. Now, that's also the same right here in Winnipeg, the University of Manitoba. There's a guy, Peter Kaczynski or whatever it is. Hey, you heard of him. Peter Kaczynski. I met him at his house. I don't know, for whatever reason I was invited there. Teaches Indian studies. White man teaching how to be Indian. Ain't that some crap? So, nice guy. I never did like nice. You're either good or you ain't. So, one of the students, Siobhan, she told me, she said, you know, old man, I went and talked with Peter. He's our professor, Indian Studies. And we agreed as a student body that we could invite whoever we want to come in as a lecturer, whether they have the degrees up to Jeet or not. Could have Indian elders, whoever. That was the agreement. And she's talking to him, and they're at a, the hell was that? A rally. It was an Indian, something to do with that, idle again, or idle no more, whatever. So he was there, and they got him to make a speech, whatever. So Siobhan went up to him and said, Peter, I want to know, why is it you're quoting Lester House? Why is it you're quoting Meredith Quinn? Why is it that Lester House is not invited here to do a presentation? And he whispered to her, he said, they don't want you to know. Imagine that. A guy being paid to shut up because a student come on to the truth. So going back to it, there is no validity to any treaty unless these, in particular, these matters are real. That is based upon peace only, and it's made between two sovereigns. Now, what transpired was the Crown of England, through their so-called representatives that made these treaties, the Crown of England claims to be a sovereignty. I'll tell you why the Queen answered me immediately and acknowledged the command I sent her. Because I showed her the information research that I'd done, and Meredith did most of it, and I added to it, so I sent it in, showing that she isn't even English. She's not even British. She's a descendant of Greek royalty. That's who that family is. And they were later known as Romeikos, Romans. They used to be the elite, the ruling class of Greece. When the poor people rebelled and took back the country, they had to leave. So they had to hide. They were hiding in what's known today as Spain. But their identity was Romeikos, which later became Romans. Now, here's the point of all of it, going back on treaty. There was a treaty made way back with the Romans, and it was made with the head clan mother of, we call it today Egypt, but it wasn't called Egypt then, it was called Cleopatra. So the head clan mother for the white tribes of Europe was, the Romans tried to make her a queen. They called her Queen Cleopatra. Well, there were 3 different Cleopatras at that time. 2 of them were sisters. That territory was called Cleopatra, named after the woman, the clan mother, head clan mother. So Cleopatra wanted the Roman Empire to honor a treaty made with them 1,000 years earlier. Now, so that's why they killed Caesar. Or the Roman Senate, they stabbed him to death because they thought he's in cahoots with this tribal woman against us. So they killed him. Now, where Caesar, his objective was to find out why it is that nobody can defeat this woman. Nobody can defeat her armies or anybody. They couldn't defeat her. Why? Because she went by the old law. And it's right in the old book. It was the last I heard was the Hammurabi Bible, which is, it's not the King James. No. King James is he's gone through how many times dispensations after it got, how many times interpreted. No, the original Bible contained a lot of the teachings of the tribal people. Now, so in that book, it explains the law. Here's the law. It says, and the way he writes it up, he says Christians of the past, they used forces of nature to make nations and countries behave. He said today, with the new interpretation, Christians of today, they use forces of implements of war, destruction, police action, and mind control to make nations and countries behave, especially the American Indian. Here. Because we're the greatest threat to the future of this country. If you ever come back to addressing this properly, it sets you free. If you ever bring up the authority right, the head clan mother, that's the end of their law. It's so simple. Hard to do, but it's simple. You know, simple things are usually hard. Now, let's move on to here. Getting back to this idea of Great Britain not being a true sovereignty. Okay, so everything that I read about history of Great Britain, it tells you straight out. England was always considered to be the second Rome. England was always known to be the second Rome. Everything I read on it, I was surprised. I said, what the hell? I didn't know this. So, this treaty that was 1,000 years old, that this Cleopatra wanted the Roman Empire, especially Julius Caesar, to honor, he did it. That's why they killed him. Because she pointed out that they had been defeated by the white tribes of Europe. They were defeated. They signed a treaty July the 2nd. We're talking a different time dispensation they call Gregorian years. It's not the real year, but it was July the 2nd, 408 AD. The Roman Empire surrendered, and we helped the white tribes to defeat them. They came over here and asked for our help. There's several treaties made with the white tribes of Europe. They used to enter trade commerce with the white tribes long before this Columbus Commission, led by Christopher. No offense, Chris. Just drop the Columbus, eh? So, this, see, even in that itself, the Columbus Commission, now I'm telling you, the research, it's exactly, I'll give it to you in time. I got tons of stuff at home. The point of it is, this Columbus Commission was sanctioned by the Vatican. See, when the Romans took over, become the rulers in England, prior to that, they usurped the power of the Vatican. The Vatican used to belong to us, the tribes of the world. That's where we used to settle our differences. It was the world court for the tribes of the world. That's what it was. So when the Romans usurped it, they turned it into a center for control, religious center. I stop here and I'll tell you something. I laugh like hell. You know, we have our ways. And it's one of my relatives, I brought him up. Gave him gifts, everything, and we have a lodge. He's Shapastigate. Oh, he's singing. The other family visits us. So it was one of the women. He was asking me, I said, you know, something that I can't answer. You ask in the lodge. So I'll get my cousin to come up. So he came, and she asked in the lodge, said, oh, what's home? Oh, now. Ogumao, I am a here, no. Oh, now. Who is he? This man of prayer, the headman, the chief. Pope. Oh, we sang. And somebody said, you see Chigarinu, he's a businessman. That's all he is. Hiding behind a sign that's an evil sign. Now, we're going back to treaty, where I didn't address it in totality when I sent a writ to the Vatican, Pope Leo or whatever, whichever one was at the time. I got the records. So I was just telling them straight out. In your vault, not on display, they have a room there you can go and look at objects that they stole from around the world. You know, like most museums do. Articles from all over the world, tribal peoples. But they got a vault there that nobody's allowed in. Now, what is in that vault? 6 of the treaties that we made with the white tribes of Europe. There's 6 of those treaties they got back. They sent a murderer here with the law of the sword, using the law of the sword, which means you can kill anybody who's non-Christian by your determination. That's authority they were given. And that authority, it comes down to the term, where we get the term Indian. Here's where it comes from. They changed it through time. Indian, Indio, Indigena, whatever. The original term, Columbus used it, Cortez used it, all other conquistadors, all these that came here to kill, they used this. We were referred to as Los, L-O-S, 3 words, L-O-S, S-I-N-D-I-O-S. Los Sin Dios. You can punch it up on your phone. It'll tell you right now. It means godless people. People without God. That's what it means. So that to us was a death sentence. Since we weren't into any God. We were on good terms with Hitchogamo, the great chief. Kishimanito, creator. We're on good terms with that one. This God was foreign to our people. This concept of God. Remember one old man in the meeting, he said, we used to think when I was a kid, why is it this God is so evil that he allowed them to kill us? You know, pretty good question. What kind of God is that? So the point of it is here, those who would not give their allegiance to this new Lord God, they were killed. They were wiped out. And the authority right was given to, it's called the law of the sword. The authority right was given to, what's his name? Anyway, it'll come to me. So this guy was also acknowledged as a religious leader and also a military leader. That's what he was given. That was his authority. To preach God and kill at the same time. So when he got back, he managed to wipe out the majority of the people among 6 tribes, and he got those treaties back. They're scrolls between us and the white tribes of Europe. That was long before this 1492 lie, propagandist lie. Let's have a look at that one for a minute. I'm kind of skipping here and there, but it's for a reason. All right. 1492. Columbus sailed the ocean blue and all that. There's no concept of discovery anywhere in international law. Columbus, or this commission is called Columbus, was sanctioned by the Vatican. He was given the authority by the Vatican to come here and to kill. Now, they knew how Columbus got here. If you look at his writings, I think they're made public now. They're interpreted from Portuguese, which he was Portuguese. He was not Spanish. He was born in the Jewry, at the Jewry Gates in Lisbon, Portugal, by his own handwriting. He admits he's like born a Skid Row, brought up, cleaned up, given some money, and the people that brought him here, you look at their names in the Columbus document, they were descendants of the white tribes of Europe that knew the route over here, because they've been trading with us long before this commission was sent to destroy us. Now, so the white tribes of Europe, some of them came and lived with us here, mostly with Dakota. Now, because of the agreements with the treaties. Now, let's move up. Just some interesting things that come to my mind. Now, here's the other part of it, where when they came here to kill, most of our people at that point, they'd known the word passed. We were talking about Mox and Telegraph. Out west here, even the tribes here knew at that time. They knew this guy that was sent here as a murderer. They were told. So they were somewhat prepared. Now, let's go back to the sovereignty. So the sovereignty was issued. In other words, he was doing a sovereign act, what they consider sovereignty. Columbus was actually exercising their concept of sovereignty by killing us. If you look at sovereignty, one sovereign never ever will turn against another. Because what binds you? Clanship. So, if there's Bear Clan women out there, I want to marry me, forget it, I'm a Bear Clan too. But, it's funny, but that's the law. You never marry into your own family. You can't marry your sister. Violation of clan law. Clan law was handed down as a commission from Creator Great Spirit. Now, see, a lot of these things, they sound like outlandish claims. I can back up everything I say. Otherwise, I wouldn't talk. I wouldn't have come here today, which I'll provide you with. I didn't bring many documents, but enough to pass around to give you an idea of what I'm talking about. Now, let's go back to, all right. So England. Now, when I addressed the Crown, the Queen, I told you, I sent her a document. It was 5 pages from all the writings that Meredith had put together and found in relation to sovereignty and all these other countries, our relationship with them. So I put it all together and pointed out to her. She is in violation of the law. Now, of her own law, Crown law, as well as international law in relation to treaties. She's in violation. Where, for example, on treaties, when I cross this country, I'll give you an example. I'm helping the Blackfoots periodically, they send for me. So I go down southern Alberta, right near the border, Montana border. So when I go down there, I'm trying to tell them the information I got from some of their old timers. They said this, Treaty 7, when they made Treaty 7, they all signed and everything like that. They did ceremony and everything else. The Indians did, which they usually do. So with Treaty 7, it was sent back to Queen Victoria by boat. Along the way, it got wet. So everything that was written was destroyed. And it's sitting with the House of Lords, London, England. So it's invalid. They were trying to write another one to replace it, which they never did. So, in other words, they have no business disturbing the Blackfoot people. Whatever happened with that treaty, it's no longer valid. It can't be read. And from what I understand, what was written was what the old-timers who were sent to sign that treaty, what they had to say. They're totally against it. They're not agreeing to any reservation. They're not agreeing to any of that. And it's not written. So they were forced, actually, a crime was being committed. I'll stop here now and tell you, when I go to the courts, it's not, this law is not for the court. It'll stop them. 16 cases now, the judges back down. Because I cornered them. They can't get out of it. When I make a presentation, I'll read it to you. 10 pages. They can't get out of it. They either honor, and I tell them to their face, you either honor the rule of law presented here, sir, or you're a criminal and you should be arrested. Tell them straight to their face. A lot of them right away, oh, we're going to have a look at this, blah, blah. Never hear from them again. Or they end the case. I don't quit. I don't back down. Why should I back down when I know he's a liar and I can prove it? I'm not out to prove it. It speaks for itself. I just read him the law. So I go there for the sole purpose of addressing their crime, because they are acting in a criminal manner. International law, they violated all of it. Now, people say, well, they can get away with it. No, they can't. Even by their own law, I'll show you after. I'll show you everything that I'm talking about. So we're going back to England. So now you have the Romans who were defeated by the white tribes of Europe. We were there at the signing of that treaty, July the 2nd, 408 AD. We were there. I believe it was representative of the Dakota Empire and Southern. Altogether, there were, I believe it was five different tribes who were involved with that signing of that treaty, forcing them. Now, how did they defeat the great Roman Empire? These white tribes of Europe. There wasn't many of them. They used the old law you'll find in the old book of the Bible, not the Christian Bible of today, the real one before, and it was among us. So you're to use the forces of nature. You're not to use weapons of war, all that, no bombs, no. You're to use the forces of nature to make nations and countries behave. So when the Romans were going to attack the white tribes, they would do the ritual of darkness. They could darken the whole sky. I got records where it lasted 2 years, where nothing on the earth would grow. So the Romans asked for peace. So the white tribes gave them, I believe, 47 years of peace, so they could grow food again. And so the forces of nature works. Now, having said that, this is what was used. It was a spiritual order, commissioned, handed down by a creative great spirit. You're to use the forces of nature, not weapons of war, butchery, or whatever. You're not to do that. See, I remember one of Meredith's writing, he said it straight out. I thought the same thing. If you mind your own business and that's going on, well, you mind your own business, you're not going to get hurt. It's a spiritual order. If you didn't commit any crime, or maybe your neighbors did, so somebody's going to send a storm after them, not to kill them, but to remind them. Well, you're in violation of this law. We're using the forces of nature to deal with you. Might send them a flood. Who knows? But there was no death. There was no death resulting from the forces of nature. So when the white tribe would do the ritual of darkness, by noon, everything was so dark, you couldn't see. So they couldn't attack. They couldn't attack the white tribes because they couldn't see. So that's how they defeated them. Here's another thing. I don't have the documents here. People, it blew my mind. I just thought, no, this can't be. Well, it's right in the records. It's in the records of the Inquisition trials that whatever we showed the white tribes when they defeated the Romans, I'll tell you what it is right now. It was interpreted by Meredith. It was written in not medieval Latin, ancient Latin, in Coptic, which is the original Greek language. Here's the record from the Inquisition trials. Roman Empire, the greatest armies in the world. You could walk in without even using weapons, walk into a small country and just take it over by walking in. If you stood on a hill for a 26-mile radius, that's how big their army was when pulled together. 26 miles. So they were taking every tribe, conquering every tribe they could. But those tribes that used the forces of nature defeated them with our help. Now here's what the records say. I'll show it to you. They're ready to do battle. So when the Romans get ready to attack, all of a sudden they look up in the sky. And here's these craft in the sky with a long orange flame coming out the back. They're made out of brass and copper. And there's instruments right in the craft. And the white tribes were flying those craft. And the Romans ran from the battlefield and surrendered. So the Romans surrendered. They were defeated. Because, remember the spiritual order? You're to use the forces of nature, not weapons of war like the Romans. Although the white tribes had to, at times, to stand up to them. But they used the forces of nature. It's right in the records I'm going to show to you. I don't know if I have it with me. I didn't bring too much. I brought one briefcase. Back home, I got 18 of those briefcases full. Give you an idea. So anyway, the treaty that was made is what's affected that queen today. Because I reminded her, I sent her the documentation of her being descendant of Romeikos, descendant of Greek royalty, and not British or anything like that. I sent her the documentation. I showed her the surrender, the year they signed the treaty, and their surrender. I showed her everything. I sent that in 1995. I got the dates here on the command. She answered in 1996. That was, I think, 4 months later. And it's pretty interesting the way she answered. I'm going to show that to you now, before we even go on any further. Okay, okay. So here's the command. Took a good month to put it together. After I brought up the woman's side, and we took back authority. So here's the command from us, and here's her response. I'll pass it on if you'd like to see it. I'll just read it out quickly. Official notice to the Crown of England, dated April 25th, 1995. Upon the sovereign authority of the Nihilak tribe, exact people, and pursuant to the enforcement of its laws and jurisdiction, as is consistent with the law of nations, international law, you are hereby commanded to cause all agents and assigns of your Crown Corporation, known as Canada, to cease and desist from committing the crime of treason against the law of our territory. That's what they did. The treasonous act of assuming jurisdiction in our territory has caused our clan members great hardship. So it is imperative that you inform all your clan mothers that the law of our territory takes precedence, as our clan mothers are the first law of the land. As is prescribed by international law, that which is known to you as the Costus Omisus has been and will continue to be the first law of the land for our tribe. Costus Omisus is a reference to a clan mother. The allied armies of the tribes of the world, together with the other nations of the world, they're alerted to this command and will be called upon by our tribe should you fail to honor the rule of law by disobeying any of these commands. The clan mothers of our territory hereby direct that discussions between you and our headmen begin immediately, and that any and all such discussions take place between you and our headmen only. No other voice is authorized to speak for our tribe. That's law. And I ended with a quote from late Sitting Bull, who was a sovereign appointed by the women. He said, and I repeat what he said, it is by the will of the Great Spirit that I address you on behalf of our tribe. The will is the women. The will of the Great Spirit, because I have the reference here, I'll show it to you. The women are referred to as Manitoba. I could never relate to that, even knowing the language. I wonder, what the hell is it? Daughters of the Great Spirit. Manitoba. I find out after all these years from Meredith what it is. It's a reference to the women, daughters of the Great Spirit. I got the document from we had our own Bible. I'll show it to you. parts of it. Now, so I put down, White Thunderbird man, Wapiscashit Pisu, Okimau headman. I was appointed first headman. So my responsibility was to teach people. See, when we talk about, I'll just do this brief thing, we'll go for lunch. When we talk about territory, okay, let me explain it quickly, or do this quickly. Okay. Here's your territory. Okay? Here's where you live right now. This is you. That little dot, called an Indian reservation. Here's your territory. According to international law and tribal law, which is the foundation of international law, sovereign territory is defined by linguistic concept. In other words, wherever Anishinaabe is spoken is your jurisdiction. It's not restricted to an Indian reserve. Once you become signatory tribe, won't take long. If you decide, you take back the territory. Why is it they came in and, with the Anishinaabe from Sioux Lookout, we'll sign a treaty with them. Why are all these little different treaties made? Why were not made with the nation? They didn't want to acknowledge the nation. That's why they split it up. That's why they did it. So anyway, let's break for lunch. Oh, I'm sorry. Please respond quickly. Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay, here it is. Here's your response, short and sweet. Buckingham Palace. The private secretary is commanded by Her Majesty the Queen to acknowledge the letter. Was that a letter? There was no dear mum. To acknowledge the letter from the chief of Ogimau and say it has been passed to the Governor General. That was Romeo LeBlanc, that old Frenchman, white-haired. He honored it right away. The 29th of November, 96. So it took a while to do it, but put it this way, I know what works. I know what doesn't work. I've been doing it here since 94, since I met Meredith. Before that, I dealt with treaty. I was getting somewhere, but not in totality, as I should have been. As I met him, got it. Let's have some lunch. Go ahead, Mike.
Acknowledge, what does that mean for us?
Okay. What that means is you now have, it's up to you to make a decision. Continue with this system, and after lunch I'll explain this system and how dangerous it is. I'm not talking about any individual. I don't want you to attack an individual. I'm here to have you look at the elective system, why it is wrong and why it can lead to corruption. We'll discuss that after, because that's more than a good question. It's going to take time to explain. So let's do that right after lunch. Hold that one, Mike. Just bring it up again. Stand by.
All right, so it looks like they're going to be taking a quick lunch break. I'm going to go find out how long this lunch break is going to be, whether or not I should be stopping the stream or continuing it. I'm assuming I'm probably going to have to stop it and come back, but I'll be right back to find out, or after I find out. Let me see, bring this back. There's the whole room. All right, I'm going to go find out right after this. I'm assuming that I'm probably going to have to stop the stream because it's a lunch break, so probably be a hour lunch break. But I'll find out real quick. I'll be right back. All right, so they are taking a quick lunch break, and they're going to keep the stream running. So there's not going to be a stoppage. It's going to be some quiet time right now while everybody's on lunch break, and then we're going to resume. But it'll probably be about 10-15 minutes, I'm assuming.
You have a blog and like where is this going to be shared on?
It's on the Roseau River Facebook pages. There's two of them. There's one that's public and one that's private. It's on both.
Okay. Can you send me like I don't go on those pages?
This one. Just gotta look it up on the Roseau River Anishinaabe First Nation. You'll find it on there. And it should be like.
Oh, when you post it?
Yeah.
Or did you
It is
already?
posted.
It's already. You just can't find it.
So it's right here.
Oh, okay. Because I don't go on those websites.
Oh, so you don't have a Facebook account?
No, well, I do have
So-
one, but it's just that I
So you
don't.
can go on YouTube under my other account.
Maybe if you could share the link. Where would I find you?
Um, this is the live right here. And I'll send it to you to your phone. What's your phone number?
431 556 9163.
Okay, so there's the YouTube link. So
Mhm.
you don't have to sign. You don't have to create an account or anything. You just watch it directly on YouTube.
Okay.
And if you want
And
to,
that's the morning. That's the morning session, eh?
well, they're doing it. They're not stopping. It's still running. It's on right now.
Oh, okay.
They're just having a quick lunch at the end.
Mm.
So what you'll do if you want to share this,
So it's on live right now.
It's
that
on
you
live
sent
right
me,
now, yeah.
so it'll continue even after lunch.
yes. And oh yeah, so if you hold down on the text that I sent you, say copy.
Mm-hmm.
Once you press copy, then you can text it to other people just by going paste, and then I'll show you the link, and then you text it to other people
Okay.
if they want to watch it on YouTube. If they don't have a Facebook account, maybe I'll share the Facebook account or the YouTube account.
The YouTube would be nice, eh? Because a lot of people do use YouTube. More of the younger generation, they
Yeah.
use the YouTube.
Yeah, you're right.
Oh, it's not sure.
Yeah, so I would recommend that. You know, because a lot of the youth would probably be, you'd be surprised how many of them would be interested in watching that.
Yeah.
The youth.
So I just shared it there on the ROSEAU page.
Mm-hmm.
There's that's the YouTube channel.
Mm-hmm. Right on. Good. Awesome. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go have a moment.
I enjoy it.
Talk to you later.
Too.
I'm okay right now. Thank you. Is there? I made myself a giant sub for the day. I think in small pieces. Yeah, I will.
Yeah, but I can't. Oh, you need to. Oh, okay, it's on there. Some of them are part of that. Try to tell them.
Well, that's why I put it on.
Oh, right there.
He wants to take a nap. He only slept 4 hours.
I know it's just saying, but I don't want to snore.
There's a new snore. Everybody, we're all good here.
The microphones will pick it up.
Will they? Oh, it's on.
My microphones are pretty good. Depending on
Oh, you guys. Is it the older man?
Can't see anything around here.
Yeah,
Where's that? Your sockets? I'll invoice you later.
yeah.
Oh, and then the other thing I went to that,
Oh, wow.
it was a stressful day. But it's okay.
I should have told you it was $2 a week. Well, I always try to.
Old man. Come here. Come here. Old man. You gotta repeat the original old man. That's the original. Hey, let's take a picture of that. The old man.
No. He says, old man. That thing. Old man, he says, you know, you look like Joe. That's my sister. You look like oh, oh. Yeah, that whole urban box. Hey, that old man, I was sitting there with like urban box. That little, remember that old Airhouse had movie? That old Good, ain't she? Oh, Melody convinced you to have some?
Yeah.
That's healthy though, right?
I don't mind. Usually the one thing that I like every community I go to is trying their bannock, because everybody has like a certain talent to it, right? And usually like when I do elections anyway, like it's always like the one person that makes the best bannock is always one.
Melody, the reason why you sometimes kind of I know.
Honestly, I'm not your ideal diabetic. Like I don't eat vegetables and fruits all day long, but I try my best not to eat that bad foods. And if I do eat bad foods, it's always small amounts. Usually followed up by some sort of work, right? So I like to burn it off. Like that's.
I'll cut up some cardboard for you guys.
Last night I had what was it, a burrito with some nacho chips. As soon as I got home, I just shoveled for like an hour, and then that was fine. Little things like that, right? Even just walking, yeah. So like when I go play pool or snooker, same thing. I'll have something bigger, and then I'll go play 3 hours.
Hello.
And then like I'll put in like maybe 5,000 steps.
All right, get back in here. You love it.
Hey, everybody, we're ready to start the session again.
You don't need a microphone, you have a big mouth already. Ryan!
Is that thing running now?
Yeah.
It's so running, yeah. And it's blowing out so it can see everything.
That's how I deal with my sister.
We're just joking.
We're just joking. They probably like it. Hey, everybody, we're going to start the session.
We're gonna start the session, everybody.
Shut up, you. For the record.
Hail and laughing at us.
All right, we're about to continue this workshop. They finished doing their lunch break. Just waiting for Lester to get set up for the people to come back to their tables, and then we're going to continue or resume the coverage from here. Lots of great knowledge coming your way in this afternoon as we continue through the workshop.
Now go and record it.
one right at the top there. We're at almost 1, quarter to 1.
All right, so it looks like maybe some people went out for a smoke. Just waiting to get things started here. Yeah, it looks like everybody's on a quick smoke break. You know how that is with the smokers. They just need that little fix before they get comfortable in their chairs. And they just stay too. I used to be a smoker, so usually like you have a smoke right after you eat, before you do anything, and after you do anything. Yeah, it looks like everybody went out for a smoke, except for a couple of people.
Is that live? Ahorita en la boca. My
It's not that bad. It depends on how loud you speak, Raven. Yeah. There's
Is everything working? All right. Okay. Earlier, before we went for lunch, Mike asked something that I should finish. When I explained what I'd done for the Queen, sent her the command and everything, and she responded, he said, how does that affect us? Well, it affects you. Of course it affects you. First of all, I told him that you are now a threat to this government because they know that Indians know who they are, where they came from, and what was missing in their lives all this time. That their Department of Education removed. Will never teach. Like I told you, it's not allowed at the university. I'm not allowed to present anything over there. Now, having said that, so he was wanting to know how it affects him. Why it affects you is because of that treaty. Because in interpreting treaty, I don't go by the stipulations written by your enemy. That's where you're making a mistake. They dictated those stipulations, not you. And nor did you agree to them. You read some of the documents I have where the Indians spoke at the time of treaty. They were all against it. And the stipulations were never, ever clarified. They weren't. Now, putting all that aside, it's not legal to begin with. Only two sovereigns can make a treaty. It can only be based upon peace. So what had transpired, the surrender of land, the imprisonment of the people on reserves, that in itself is committing a crime. I address their crimes. So where they've committed a crime is, first of all, we always say, well, they lied to us. They more than lied. They got you to agree with the lie. Not everyone. But so the question is, what gave them the authority to dictate a treaty when in actuality only sovereigns can make a treaty, and the treaty says that a sovereign never attacks another sovereign. Why did the Crown order the troops in Canada to put Indians on reservations? That's where you get prisoner of war status, international law. Now, where it affects you, again, because of the treaty. Now, there is no lawyer. Remember now, lawyers. Let's talk about lawyers to begin with. This has to do with this treaty. It just burns my jeet when I see lawyers trying to interpret a treaty based upon the law of your enemy. It got nothing to do with the laws of Canada. Canada wasn't in existence when most treaties were made. They didn't exist. A lot of people know that. But when they go to challenge the government or make a presentation, believe me, the government knows they're coming. The first thing they're going to look at, are they still classified as POWs? Are they still classified as prisoners of war? Because you live on a reserve, that's how they got you classified. They'll never tell you that. I will, because you got to know. And you can remove that POW status. When you do it, then your treaty is more meaningful, interpreted at this level. Right now, why is an international agreement between a sovereign people, our Indian people, why is it down here dictated by Canada law? I'll tell you right now why. One of the reasons. I like these flip charts, it's helped me. All right, here's what it is. What you have, where's the chief? I wanted him here. Oh, anyway, you can watch the video. Okay, here you have Oh, yeah, good. Okay. Here's your problem. You have an autonomy type government. That's what you have. Autonomy type government. Now, an autonomy type government is, for example, right here on this reserve, at all reserves. The chief and council system constitutes an autonomy type government. You don't have control. The government has control. Now, here's what it really is, the chief and council system. Okay, chief and council system, here's what it is legally. And put this in some lawyer's face that's trying to misrepresent you. I can't stand them. They're leeches. They lie to Indian people and they get you to surrender. The chief and council system constitutes autonomy type government, which means that you are governed by a you're governed by a corporate charter. So all the chief of council system is, it belongs to the white man, designed by him, given to the Indian to go the wrong way. And the corporate charter is registered under Canada via Indian Affairs. There it is.
Council, the bureaucrats of the government.
Well, that's what they are. Because so your chief is not.
It's really the bureaucrat for the government because it signs for the money for on behalf of the land.
Yeah, but your chief, I don't like that term because it should be headman. See, even in our language, and you know this too, we talk about Okimawak, or Ogimaw is singular. That's the real headman. Ogimakanak, that's your corporate chiefs. They're not the real chiefs.
Ogima means Angima. Angima?
Ogimaw.
Yeah, but it translates to Ogima. From Angima, Angima means from one that was voted in.
Yeah.
That's one that.
Ogimaw, okay. Yeah, we call it Ogimakan. That's the one that's voted in.
Yeah.
He's not the real thing. So what you have, he is a chief, but here's what he is. He's a chief executive officer of a corporate charter belonging to,
He's the old Indian agent.
replaces the Indian agent. You're right. It belongs to Indian Affairs. So there it is. There's their structure. Reference in international law is autonomy type government. What does it mean? It means your chief and council system, which is a corporate charter belonging to Canada via Indian Affairs. Very simple. There it is, right there. I'm not like that, but if it was necessary, I would challenge any lawyer, any international legal advisor to prove me wrong. None of them can do it.
I'm glad my name is Randy, and I'm clan. Anyway, in 1952 or 1951, I believe, was Canada at the time forced many of our First Nations into what is known as the corporate charter, or as chief and council component, all across Canada.
Yep.
And what I'm doing right now is I'm going to be filing a challenge on that behalf.
Of who?
One of the things that happened in those years was that in that year was that right across Canada, people were replaced with their traditional systems.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to. I'm glad that I'm glad that I came here. I know that the council system is what it is that you say it is.
Oh, I know it is. I don't say it. I don't say it unless I know.
I understand that. Yeah, I'm very clear. I understand that, and I'm honored to hear that. And I don't have the particulars with me, but I do have a file that I'll probably bring tomorrow. Now that you're here tomorrow, and I want to show you that, and maybe get some advice on that behalf.
I can tell you right now, whatever you have, it probably is valid. You say you want to do a petition or whatever, I send commands. Commands. Now, having said that, what is it? What is a command? A command, like in the military, for example, commanding officer sends out a command. You honor it. Earlier, I showed them that I commanded the Queen, and she had to honor it. And I have her response here, so I know what I'm doing and I know what I'm talking about. What you're saying is that you got some evidence that is valid. I don't doubt that. And you want to present it. The only way you're going to get a response from them, if you want a response, I don't wait for a response. And a lot of times they don't respond because they know it's valid. Now, you've got to remove and become a treaty Indian. Peace, and you're a descendant of a sovereign. Okay? Now, in order to do that, you've got to remove this status here, which amounts to this. You've got to remove this before you're going to have any effect on anyone. Prisoner of war. All Indian people are classified as prisoners of war. The government of Canada will never admit it. Remember, they're a founding member of the United Nations. Okay, they're not going to let people know this. I'll give you an example. I don't know how long ago it was. I know you guys seen it. Here they got that kid, Trudeau. He's standing in front of the United Nations, and what is he saying? Well, the Indian people in Canada, I'll cut to the chase. I'll just use terms that are not legal, but I'm going to tell you exactly what he means. They're drug addicts, poor health, everything you could think of that's wrong with people, he's saying that's what's wrong with Indians at the UN level. I read it this way. There's two ways. I listened to him and he's saying all this about the Indian. Really what he's saying is he wants Indian affairs shifted to the international level. Where do you think UNDRIP comes from? United Nations bullshit about Indian people. UNDRIP. There's an example of bringing Indian affairs to the international level. You ever read Section 41 of UNDRIP? It's supposed to be so good for the Indian? Bullshit. Section 41, what does it say? It gives the right to the existing colonial government to decide what is to be implemented and acknowledged. What does that tell you? Indian Affairs International.
I'll go a little further. See, we're not Indians, eh? We're not Indians. We are Anishinaabe. That's
Yeah,
what
we know who we are. But I'm talking the international
Very
language.
important for us to.
No, I use, listen, excuse me, I'm going to interrupt for a minute. I use Indian because it's the proper term. It's the proper term.
He's
No.
from our community. I think we should give him the respect and let
No, I'm talking right now. I'm trying to explain something which I did earlier. You have to use the term Indian because you're talking treaty. First of all, you look at that treaty, what does it say? It's made with the Indian tribe, not the First Nation, not the Métis, not the C-31, not the native, the Indian. I explained earlier where Indian comes from. Los sin Dios, those without God. I don't mean to offend nobody, but I have to stop you there to explain to you.
Yes, it did.
Oh, have a good day.
Yes, sir.
I'm glad you learned something. Now, this POW. People get mad, but it's the truth. I will not hide the truth. I came here to tell you the truth, not bullshit you. So that POW has got to be removed before you can do anything in relation to that government. And in order to do so as a tribe. Because to be a tribe, you bring it up to the legal limit for any Indian to be of the tribe. Because that's where they got you. Through the chief and council system and through that, not the treaty. The treaty has been misused. It puts you as a POW. This is what you got to remove. POW status. I've already done it. I could show you the document I use. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, you triggered something here in terms of that POW. You see, in 1952, when they forced those component, or that chief and council component onto our nations across Canada, basically what we were POWs up until that point.
Oh, you were from the first time.
From that point on.
No, when you first entered the reservation, you were a prisoner of war. Because, and looking at international law, it states clearly, you got to find this stuff. You got to research. They're not going to tell you this stuff.
Yeah.
I'm one of the few guys left on this earth that'll tell you. But I'll back up everything I have to say. I have to back it up because I'm no liar. POW status. At the international level, it states clearly, reservations, reserves in the United States, rancheros, pueblos, all those terms, Indian country, those are terms that are used identifying anyone who's a POW. Okay? So where, with all of this, you have to remove the POW status. It's very simple. But a lot of people think, if I remove from Indian Affairs list, they're going to cut me off. I've been doing this for 40 years, removing people from Indian Affairs. They've never been cut off. If anything, the government would be scared to even bother them. They're signatory Indians with the rule of law superseding the corporate Canada. I know this. I addressed it. I commanded the Queen. She had to honor it. I don't do it as an individual. There's a tribe. So the prisoner of war matter has got to be removed. That's why you're not getting anywhere. No, I'm not just saying you. Anyone. There's a lot of chief and councils, they've gone totally crazy. Some of them do their best with what they got. And believe me, it's not the best. And I'm not saying they can do better. What I'm saying is, it's not ours. It's sent to destroy you. That's exactly why it's put in place, to destroy you. Turn you against each other, make you misunderstood by somebody and offensive towards somebody by telling the truth. That's the hardest thing, is to be able to present what works, because I know what works. I've done it. It works. I don't do things alone. It's the people that do it, but I tell them how to do it. It's never failed.
Amen. I think the people misunderstand, like, because we are our tribes, we're Anishinaabe. But I think they don't understand the term when Indian is used, but it's used under international law. That's what they're not getting.
Yeah.
They're thinking that we're the bastardized term of Indian, the way the society views Indians.
Yeah.
They're taking it as that. But we know it's a term used
Yeah.
under that.
See, again, yeah, that's exactly it. See, I tell people, I'm not trying to be offensive, but I feel good to be without God. When he declared us los indios, those without God, I said, yes, I agree. Because I know I'm on good terms with Creator Great Spirit, not a white man's God that came to kill us. That's so simple, isn't it? But for all those who accepted God, where has God got them?
But even that term is gonna make people not understand, because they're like, the God that we understand is the version of them where they created a God that's killing us.
Yeah.
That's the term that they don't understand. They think that we're saying it in a wrong way, but we're not saying it in a wrong way. We're telling the truth that what they've used in that name of their God
Yeah.
to come and kill a people.
Yeah.
Right?
See, when I talk to people that use the term God, I try my best to not offend them, to tell them God is not of our world. God is man-made. And that God is evil because the man is evil that came here to kill us. In the name of their God. They had the right to do it. That's the law of the sword.
Because their version is a materialistic.
That's it. That's where the power of their God comes from. The accumulation of wealth and the suppression and murder of others to get there. And they thank their God for that.
I think that's where people don't understand that. They get confused with that, the way it's said, and then they get offended by that, right?
Yeah. Yep. There's even some people say, and I try to correct them about God, they say, well, you know what I mean. No, I don't know what you mean. I know what you're saying, but you're saying the wrong thing. So I'm trying to bring them back to Creator Great Spirit, or what are the old timers and before my time say, you got to go back to what we were. Well, after all these years and after a lot of hard work with the old timers before my time, through the lodges, ceremonies, here it is. I never asked for it. But I know why I was given this by Meredith. But see, again, going back to the concept of religion, see, the idea of religion, again, if you go back to prior to the Vatican, they looked at the Vatican, they saw how the tribes of the world controlled the Vatican, where they settled their differences. So when they got powerful enough, they usurped the Vatican. They're thinking of control. That's where this concept of God had already been planted in the people. So all they got to do, make a head church and control the world. And it does. It controls, look at the number of Catholics around the world. I told you earlier, I laughed. Was my sister-in-law up in the mountains, and we had a ceremony. She asked, who's that Pope? And the chief of the praying people. Her grandfather said straight out, he's a businessman. That's all he is. So all that, see, it's not to be offensive, but sometimes I'd like to see a lot of the Christian people here. Christianity is not a bad thing. Christianity, like I said earlier, I got the document here. See, Christians of the past, they used the forces of nature to make nations and countries behave. That's in the old book, the Hammurabi Bible, the one that has all the laws, tribal laws. That's where Christians of today got it from. They took the values from us and they put it over and created this guy called Jesus Christ. Well, it's partially true. There was nobody called Jesus. Here's where it derives from. I tell people this, and they get hurt, and I don't mean to hurt them. They ask me, so I tell them. That's an evil sign. Turn it right side up. What do you got? The law of the sword. That's where it comes from. They all believe in Christ. Christ was killed, they say. Killed by them. Now here's what I've come to know. This is an evil sign because they killed people. They killed the one they call Christ. Well, before him, when they conquered a tribe, the first ones they killed was the women. Secondly, they would kill the scholars who were teachers, I don't like the term teach, but who knew. The tribal scholars were the ones you consulted when you wanted to know something, right? Now, so the tribal scholars, they were put to death by the Romans, and the death sentence for them was crucifigere, or translated, crucifixion. So from the old book that shows they used to put them on a cross this way, upside down, you name it. But that cross. So I try to tell people, I don't care what you believe what you will, but I see that as an evil sign. Because they killed our ancestors who were tribal people in Europe. They were like us. The beginning teachings of all this is universal. The white tribes live by the same values as we do. That's where you get the Christianity. They stole the values and put it into their religion. Whoever said it, one time I heard say, they got men standing at the pulpit preaching things that they can't live. Wasn't it true? Show me somebody that can live it, was the underlying message out of that statement. None of them can live it. Only the Indian can live it, because the values come from us, tribal people. Now let's go further. This one, it's not necessarily for Christians, it's for all of us to know. Now, from the old timers I met, there's a lot of stories here. Perhaps some of you heard of them. The way I got it is this way. At one time there was one among us. We referred to him as Opmachihuo. Opmachihuo. He's like a spiritual savior, advisor, everything like that. He had an older brother. His older brother was called Usagecha. Some people make a cartoon character of him. That was real. He was one of our teachers. So these two brothers, they would walk, they would talk. And the people would walk with him and they'd learn. They'd learn things. Because these two had the ability to reach infinity, physical included. They could reach Creator's world. So one day they're walking, and they're talking. The older brother, Usagecha, he said to his younger brother, Opmachihu, I said, I want to go across over there, across the water. I want to go have a look at those people. The younger brother told him, don't go there right now. He said, they'll kill you. They're not good people right now. So he said, well, let's ask the Father. This Great Spirit. He'd show him a great chief. So they left. They come back only, Risagachak came back. And he said, my brother told me he'll always be with you, he loves you, and he's going to be back if they don't kill him first. That was his words. Now let's move on. From there, I visited with late Eva McKay, her husband, Moses, and a few other old Dakotas there. I was fortunate to meet and sit with them. So here's what came out of it in relation to Christianity. All right. So among them, they have a name for that one as well. Among them, there was one who was sent. They would see him, but he'd always be usually in the bush, and there was always a shroud around him. And he would speak. He'd tell them things. He was with them for some time. Then all of a sudden, he's gone. They're looking for him. They're saying, we got to know. We got to find that one. They hadn't seen him for days and days. So they sent out runners, 4 directions. Go as far as you can, see if you call his name. Find him. Tell him we need him. So they did that. So they met back. They met each other. Said, no, couldn't find him. None of them. So they camped there for the night. Here he appeared to them, right in the bush. And he told them, he said, I'm going to leave for a while. You're telling people I have to go for a while, but I'll be back. He said, but I'm going to leave you something. He said, right over there, you'll know what to do. He said, that's for you, over there. He gave them horses. So the horse doesn't come from Spain. Well, some of them did way back. But originally there was a horse here already. You ever see some of those wall writings? They got horses there long before Spanish come over here. No. So his final words were this. He said, I'm going to go for a while. I'll be back unless they kill me. Same thing. No. So I get to 6 Nations. Talk to some of the old guys there. I sit with them. It was late Richard Miracle. He's a longhouse chief. Sat with him. He told me, he said, we have a story from way back. There's somebody who arrived in a canoe. He arrived over here in a canoe. The guy was bleeding here, 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 and here. He was bleeding. He said, we had to pull him out of that canoe and we have to doctor him. So they doctor him and they ask him, why did you let your own people kill you? And he has an answer to this day. Now, your own people? He was sent over there to help people become tribal again. He had the ability to take the appearance as one of them. Isn't that simple? If you can reach infinity, and they wonder, how did he go over there? Well, 7 minutes, 57 seconds, any place on this earth, an old tribal ritual. That's the one they're scared of. That's the one they curse every day at a certain time. They sing a song called the Song of St. John the Divine. That's to kill anyone who ever comes part of that ritual again. Time walkers. Go anywhere on this earth. 7 minutes, 57 seconds. That's an old tribal science. Now, our sciences had a spiritual foundation. In other words, the purest form of energy is spirit. There's nothing greater than spirit energy. It's pure. So when they did the ritual, there was individuals who became what known today as time walkers. They could do this. They didn't do it to go over there and say, hi, no, any pizza, what's the pizza today? No, they went over there with a meaningful purpose to help people. It's like our teacher did. So those are things that are connected, and I don't ask you to believe anything. I'd rather that you know, because knowing puts aside whether the question, whether do you believe this or not, when you know. So where you got people who believe in a doctrine, and when you find out later it's false, you want to be a believer after that? Or follower? So anyway, going past Christianity. So that's why when I look at these signs and I see people wear that, that's their choice. It doesn't bother me. What bothers me is that if they don't know. I'd rather they knew. Then they can decide. But you know where the church in itself is a power. It is a power. You know that. A lot of people think, well, they have this little collection plate they pass around. That's so... The Vatican is one of the most powerful and richest organization on this earth. They cashed in on Indian lands. They were the first ones sent. They were like political scouts. So they established themselves. And they're included in some of these treaties. The Vatican, believe it or not, they are included. But that can all be defeated by becoming who you're supposed to be. Signatory Indian tribe. There's some other things here. I'll just run over briefly. Pretty interesting. Now, I'll give you an idea of a lot of this stuff. 45 years of research by late Meredith Quinn. 45 years of his life researching for us. The okay, where are we here? Okay, he's talking about the code to astrology, white man's so-called astrology. I'll say right off, first of all, the chart of these astrologers, it's not correct, because it's animal seasons and it's only 12. How many seasons do we have? There it is. And it's human seasons. They got animal seasons. Look at those pictures, the ram, the goat, this and that. That's animal season, so it's not exact. Ours is exact. That's why they replaced it. Because it holds the power, and you will have knowledge if you do it properly. There's a ritual to it, or ceremony, if you will. Now we'll go to this one here. The reason the Bear Clan was picked as a subject to follow through was because, according to the clan laws, all future generations receive their clan membership from the woman or the mother. To change this would be a violation of clan organizations, which defeats two purposes. Number one, to keep the lineage or lineal pure, your bloodline and everything else pure. Number two, to keep the genetics from producing mutant spiritual and intellectual thinkers. Remember that intellectual thinking, where it comes from? White man. Aristotle's topic of topics. There's a war going on, so what does everybody do? They intellectualize it. They don't feel nothing. intellectualize a war. Oh, I wonder who will win. Oh, this one has analytical, intellectual thinking. Despiritualized. Now, the word mutate is an exact term meaning a heritable characteristic not inherited from forebears, but due to an alteration in a gene or genes like a germ cell. In other words, what he's alluding to, somewhere in the past there was I call it a genetic abort. Our genetics were affected. That's why we're in the situation we're in. We can bring it back. We can purify the genetics. It can be done. That's what we're supposed to do. So that's what he's talking about. So I call it an abort. It's actually a spiritual abort, because everything is in our world is of a spiritual nature. Now, okay, the word comes from the Latin, and if one was to express the Latin term of mutare or mutus, it would be the direct outcome of not keeping the clan law. To change the genetics as one would do, no, to change the genetics would be dumb spiritually and intellectually. See, they're trying to alter the genetics of people in their so-called sciences, eh? Health. The science, in the world of health, in relation to sciences, that's their purpose. To change the genetics of a spiritual being. That's pretty sick ambition, to tell you. But their purpose is control. They want mutants, not humans. Well, I don't like the word human either, because we're not human. Human comes from the term humanus, or humanus irdos, which goes down to robota, robotic. So a human is a robot. He just does whatever he's told, robotically.
Their language is so much in depth in how their language is.
Yeah.
It's like
Well, see, it's not pure. English is the least expressive language anywhere in the world, because it's made up, stolen from other languages. It has no origin, the English language. So it's despiritualized. So the purpose of it is to despiritualize the people. You've got to look at the educational system of white man now. When they're talking earlier about the educational system is responsible for the very concept or thought people have about mind control. See, where in 1972, for example, in the area of Indian Affairs, it's an important one. I'll get the document. I have it at home. Wow, at my locker. Now, the educational system starts with this. Now, this is I'm telling you, this is documented. And this study came out of the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, Pasadena, California. What is a laboratory for? Experimentation. So this document came out of there. Meredith got a copy of it, and I got a copy. Now here's what it says. They start in the educational system, first of all, that little picture. Every year the kids get one this side, bunch of smaller ones. What that is, it has a hypnotic effect on the child. They do it purposely, and they charge you for it. That's a hypnotic effect it has, and it carries on in their life. If that child is spiritually strong, eventually it won't bother them. But most children are affected by it. Now, through time, it says that you're to have white teachers learn the Indian languages. And in time you'll have white teachers teaching the Indian language. But that Indian language will be altered to suit the English language. Doesn't that sound familiar? A lot of our people aren't speaking the language properly. You know? So that was the purpose of this study. So in time, the Indian child will be learning from a white individual who's teaching them meanings in our language that aren't true. Misleading. Now, in time, what it comes up to, I'll cut to the chase, the end product, he calls it. Actually, the document is called The Future Plans to be Tried on the Indian. It gets to the point where this Indian now has a choice, where to live. 3 choices: reservation, industrial, or urban. Look at all the programs available for Indians now. Go work on that pipeline. No, learn how to use that machine. If you can despiritualize the Indian where he no longer cares about the spiritual aspect of his life and becomes like you, you've accomplished something. That's the purpose of white society and their governing bodies. Actually, their elite that runs those governments, that owns those governments. So the educational system, it must be scrapped. It's got to be scrapped, and you got to go back. Like the old timers when I was young used to say, you got to go back. You know? And when I did, got off the road, went back home, I was so happy when I learned this, and we commanded the Queen and we're free. Today, we can hunt wherever we want, cut the trees, we just select a log, build a cabin, do whatever we want, because we took back title to that territory. Now, what does that mean? See, in other words, they're going to look at us. Are they sending their kids to school yet? That's our prerogative. It's already addressed. The kids should learn ABC 1, 2, 3. That's all you're going to need. You know, I got a grade 8. And I feel comfortable with that. People ask me, oh, why did you drop out of school? I said, so they couldn't fail me. Cut to the chase. So the educational system, that's one of the tools that they're using against us that we got to get rid of. We're competent. I look at Lawrence, he's probably got full of stories from the back days. That's what these kids should learn. There's values in those stories. Good values, spiritual values. But you know, for the ABCs and 1, 2, 3s, well, that's easy enough. So where even after 45 years of research, Meredith, he had also a grade 8. I couldn't believe it. We got something in common. But the point of it is, he was given an education by the old people. His Kunshi was the last clan mother of Dakota that he knows of. His grandma. And she's the one that grew him up, never spoke a word of English. Now, check that out. Here's this man doing all these things. His grandmother was a backbone to make him do it. Told him what he's destined for. She knew. He talks about her and he says, his grandmother did not need a crystal ball. She did not need a ceremony. She did not need a deck of cards. She knew things that, he said some of the things that are futuristic. Number one is this, we're already seeing it. She said in the future, you're going to go to some places where you have to have certain numbers or you won't be getting any food or be able to purchase anything. The doors are locked to you. You're going to have certain numbers. Well, they're starting with the card, right? The card. Some of them revealed it through revelations, but they misinterpret it. They're all fearful of 666. They say, well, the mark of the beast has got to be done on inside your right hand or your forehead. That's the only way you're going to be able to buy anything or trade, when you submit. Not true. Now, they also bring in the ritual 666. They don't know that's a spiritual ritual. And it came from us. We taught the white tribes of Europe how to do it, to defeat the Romans. Now, where in all of this, with their Bible teaching, people say, well, 666, that's evil. Well, they wanted people to think that way. They want them to think that way. Because that particular ritual or ceremony came from us. They're going to do everything possible to destroy the concept of education, the concept of ritualism, meaning your spiritual life. They're trying to destroy it. And the Indian is in the way always. Look at all the people, listen to some of these guys, I'm telling you, some of the guys I see on that internet. Jeez. Got the right braids and everything else, and they're talking crap. Misleading white people. Why? Well, because that's what you want to do. I'd rather see them straighten out. You know? Find out who the hell they are. But you know, going back to it now, let's get back to, all right, prisoner of war. I had things in order here for a minute. Prisoner of war removal. Okay. That's quite simple anyway. Let me, the hell, I just had it here. Anyway, I'll explain it. I know it inside and out. I got it here. So, to remove from this prisoner of war status, it really shocks the government. It shocks them. They never thought that any Indian would ever find out that they're classified as a POW. So when Meredith started doing it in the United States, he took back territory. He actually took back territory from the United States government. Now, here's the thing you got to learn. This one you got to learn. I mean it. So in order to take back title to a territory, he took back title for a place called Ganyange. They surrendered since. They got some sellout people in there that sold them out. But he got them free. The other territory is called Salamanca, New York. Now here's how he did it. First of all, he was seeking title. Title is the ultimate. Title to a territory right now, the titles are plural. Titles are held by, right now, that's who's holding title right now. Over Indian territories. That's what you got to do. You got to remove that. How do you do it? She's not in North America. She's not in her own territory. Bring up an Indian clan mother in the territory. Send notice to the Crown of England. Control the command to the Queen. It's already open. All you got to do is do it in your area. You defeat that one. You don't even have to meet her. Now remember, we're dealing with first law. The Crown claims to be first law, sovereignty. All right, we're dealing with first law. Well, we're also first law because you have treaties with the Crown. And not the stipulation. Don't go by that. I'm talking about a treaty that's at this level. Now, so these white clan mothers, they hold ceasing jurisdiction, which means title to the land. How did they acquire it? Through the educational system, making the Indian less than what he is. Why did they do it? And when did they really implement it fiercely? In 1904, they passed the law outlawing the Indian educational system, our own system, because it was proven that the Indian was above average intelligence of the white man after he learned the white man's language. In other words, this Indian would make a better white man than a white man himself, if that was his choice. Now let's go back. That's how they control the educational system. So we got to bring back our own. So there's who controls the territory, who has the title. Now, here's another one. You can't be fooled. Don't be fooled by this. So this has got nothing to do with what I'm explaining now in relation to title. Not directly. Now here's what it is. So within the territory, now these representatives for the Crown, what did they do? They defined this territory. That's Treaty number 4. This is the boundary for Treaty number 6. And on and on. Disregard this, even though your reserve is this in the territory. That's determined by them, not you. That was determined by them. The boundaries between these treaty areas. Don't acknowledge it. It's not valid. So what you go by, like I said, you go back to your language. To define a territory is defined by a linguistic concept, which means wherever your language is spoken, Nihawewin, Anishinabemowin, wherever it's spoken, that's your jurisdiction. But right now they got you on this, believing that this is the territory. I'm sorry. Yours probably extends beyond this concept. Because they're the ones that do those boundaries, not you. So when you remove and take back this from them, this don't mean anything. Remember, your territory being of your language, what I know, you go as far as what, even past Bemidji, Minnesota, Anishinaabe. Go to Six Nations. You know Six Nations is on your territory? Anishinaabe. Go to New Credit. I represented some of those people from New Credit. They know that's their territory, but no, they're not going to ask those Mohawks to leave. They became homeless because they fought for the British. And what it's strange. I got along with everybody there, but some of them wanted to kill me. I know that. Because, see, they had this preconceived idea that there's a man, a British officer named Haldeman. They say, we have a treaty. It's called the Haldeman Treaty. I said, oh, I'd like to see an example of it, what stipulations and all that. Nobody could produce a treaty. Went back, talked with late Chief Richard Miracle, Longhouse Chief. He said, there's no damn treaty. He said, all it was, he says, some of them here fought for the British. So, after they fought for the British, they weren't allowed back into the Mohawk Valley in New York. They lost it. If you go there now, it's rich white people live there. But the point of it is, so Haldeman says this: you guys take either side of the Grand River, 6 miles, either side of the Grand River, that's yours. That came from a British officer. They called it a Haldeman Treaty. Haldeman was just an officer of the British Army that they fought for. He had no business whatsoever. But they stayed there. Now, why did they become the Six Nations? See, the original Confederacy, both sides of it, there was no border for Indians. Both sides of it. The Confederacy constituted 52 tribal nations. 52. Where'd you get the 6 from? All right. This is a lot of power. The 52 were ruled by the women, clan mothers. They were the law. They still are today. 52 tribal nations. What happened? All of a sudden there's 6 nations? This is not, this has got nothing to do with that. The Six Nations was created by George Washington created the Six Nations and signed treaties with all of them. 7 treaties. What was the purpose of him doing that? He was trying to destroy the power of the clan mothers of the Iroquois Confederacy. That's how he did it. I laugh because Meredith said, that George Washington is one smart dude. He managed to break them. 6 nations now in Canada. That's what they relate to, being in Canada. So there goes their sovereignty. They got mad when I tell them, but I told them, I said it time and again, I said, you can beat me up. You can do whatever you want. I'll stand up and I'll tell you the same thing I said before you knocked me down. I can't change the law. I can't change the truth. And I will not. So a lot of this stuff, it hurts them. The truth always hurts. Sometimes it hurts me to see them react. But that's the power at one time of our people. Okay? Now, while we're on the subject, let's have a look at a country, how a country is established, whether it be Canada or the United States. Okay? All right. Where did Canada get its sovereignty? Indian tribes, right here. That's where they got their sovereignty. It isn't the sovereignty, but they're relying on England through the treaties. Got it? Sorry, it doesn't work that way. No, does not. Not legal. Here's the one for you. The origin of a so-called sovereignty. We're talking about our neighbors. That's your territory as well. So there ain't no borders for us. The good old, good-for-nothing U.S. of A. How was it created? How did they get their sovereignty? I can read it to you, or I can tell you. Either way, I'll just tell you. I've got the document when you need it. So, in the beginning of the United States' birth as an assumed sovereign, there were 13 colonies. 13 colonies. These 13 colonies were from Great Britain. Now, these 13 colonies, they belonged to Great Britain. the Iroquois Confederacy and Great Britain entered into an agreement, and that agreement was this, that there was no U.S. of A yet. There were just 13 colonies in the beginning. Not only that, they were also classified as penal colonies, prisoners. Of them. They were prisoners of Great Britain. The Confederacy agreed to allow them to stay here. They were never, ever to own land. That was the agreement with the Confederacy. The expansion of any of the colonies, they had to approach the territory of the Indian people they lived in. They have to get permission. Can we have a little more land? You know, we had 500 babies last year, whatever. They had to get permission from the Indian tribe in the territory of the Indians they lived in. That's when Indian law superseded. Now, so these 13 colonies through time, they get stronger, right? Stronger. They start to organize themselves. Now, people say this. They don't understand this. They say, the Civil War, it's an alleged civil war. You can't call it a war because there's laws of war, international laws of war. These are colonists. They're not even a country. So how can they call it a civil war? So anyway, these colonies split. The South was the governing body. Why? Because they had more money. And the South were descendants of the white tribes that were sent over by England. So was the North, but they split. Now the North, their leader was Abraham Lincoln at that time, Civil War. Something interesting, I'm just going to pause here just for a minute and throw something in. Interesting point. Did you know how people think, the blacks say, oh, Abraham Lincoln, the Emancipation Bill freed us. Oh. I'll tell you something about Abraham Lincoln. He didn't even last his whole full term. During his time as President of the United States, he is directly responsible for the highest number of Indians killed by all the presidents put together. Just him alone. Less than 4 years in office, he had more Indians killed than all the presidents put together. Pretty interesting. That people go there, want their picture taken with Abe. So anyway, get back to this. So now Abraham Lincoln was a leader, a renegade, which means you got no protection legally. No territorial clan mothers, nothing. So he was the leader of the North. Now, so when the North defeated the South, all it was an argument between different groups of prisoners having a disagreement. That's all it was. But the North, they had studied Indian tribes. What did they do? They made one Indian, and his name is, you'll find it in any of their, I call them his story books. They say history, it's his story, not ours. This Indian, Eli Parker. They made him a general in their army. Eli Parker was the son of Red Jacket. Red Jacket was another one who sold out, broke tribal law. He sold a ritual to George Washington, and it worked. Look up President's Almanac. It's right in there. It lasted 17 hours. The ritual of darkness. George Washington did it. Red Jacket sold out his father. So they took this guy and they groomed him and brought him up to be a general in their army. Why did they do this? Because this guy is a signatory Indian. He's a sovereign. Because of treaties before Columbus, which made him a sovereign. So they used him. That's how they used the Indian sovereignty to come into being as what? The United States is today. They claim it's a sovereignty. Without the Indian, they're nothing. So Eli Parker, If you look at any of the history books, you'll see him. Kind of like me. But you got a mustache, goatee, and see him writing the stipulations of the treaty for the South to sign when they were defeated. So what made it legal? The Indian made it legal. That's why they made him a general, for that sole purpose. Now what made him a signatory? Treaties before Columbus, the Columbus Commission. Before the Columbus Commission was sent here, we had treaties with the white tribes of Europe. That's what made him descendant of a signatory or sovereign. So they used his sovereignty to come into existence as a country. So what have they done since? They're trying to do everything possible to destroy the last vestiges of Indian sovereignty. They don't need the Indian anymore. They use them once, and they think they can get away with it. So I come along, at Baumann's administration, I sent him information. I told him that the treaty that they made with the South is not legal, because you were nothing more than members of a penal colony. You were prisoners belonging to Great Britain. You had no authority. You may have used Eli Parker and him being a sovereign. Point of it is, as soon as he became and gave his allegiance to their command in the army, he's no longer an Indian legally. So I got him on that. So when I sent that to the Obama administration on behalf of the Ongahona in New York, what happened? Next meeting, Dan Lee picks me up when I got off the train. He said, "We got to get to this meeting right away. Here, they're coming in. Here's 10, 12 million. We'll get another 20 million. We want to start a fish farm in your area." All of a sudden, they're getting all kinds of money. Meanwhile, the people are dying because of all the pollution around St. Regis Reserve, New York. General Motors plant shut down. They made a big mound, buried all that. People are, Larry himself, you look at a little bag he carries around, there's about 20 different prescriptions because of the sicknesses he has due to the water contamination. Because of assumption of jurisdiction. They assume jurisdiction because they think the Indian doesn't know who he is anymore. That's why they assume jurisdiction. So when I go to the courts and face that judge and tell him, the assumption of jurisdiction is a crime. International law. You're committing a crime. Now, a lot of them are surprised that I know that, because they think you're just another dummy. But the point of it is, here's where it started with one Indian, and when I addressed this to Obama, all of a sudden the Mohawks, they seemed to know something was going on up there in upstate New York. The next thing, they're putting all kinds of money into that community to shut people up. Because I told the Obama administration, you're responsible. Because General Motors, remember that 2008, when he had the stock market problem? So the government bails out General Motors. So all of a sudden the government is responsible for what happened. Because they bailed out General Motors. So they took responsibility. So they now own General Motors. So bailing somebody out doesn't mean they still hold title. The government does until they're on their feet. And the government decides that as well. So I sent a letter to him, the Obama administration, telling them that they're responsible for the pollution and death of members of the tribe of Ongahona people. So, see again, to address these matters, I address the crime. I address their crimes. I go into the courtroom, I just address their crime. And they can't get around it. So usually it's 16 cases, the judges all back down. Why? Because they're cornered. They either honor that rule of law after they read it, and they wish they never would have read it. Because it makes them responsible. Legally. Now, okay, so That's how the United States used the American Indian. In Canada, we know what happened here. It's the same thing. The Indian was used here by the Crown. Crown claimed to be a sovereign. They want to establish themselves over here, so they come over and they make treaties. But go back, what is that treaty based upon? Peace alone, nothing more. It cannot include anything more, because if they do so, they're admitting that they're assuming jurisdiction. They're committing a crime. That's what they've done across this country. They assume jurisdiction because they're confident enough to think Indians don't know who they are anymore. We'll assume jurisdiction, put them through the courts, put them in jail, fill the jail, whatever we want to do. I'm serious. You know it yourselves. So what you have here is a system whose sole purpose is to destroy the Indian. We've done our best with it, even with chief and council elected system. Some of them mean to be good people, they try, but they know they're up against what? Indian Affairs, the Government of Canada, the Crown of England. Now, here's an example of people not being aware. So, one of my cousins with the bull band, Muskrats, Alberta. So he called me down. He was in treaty research. So he knows I knew something. He called me down. So I come to visit him. And he said, you know what? We've been to the Crown, or to England, and we're demanding an audience with the Queen. I said, okay, who went? How did it go? He said, well, we faced the Queen's legal team. I said, tell me how it went. So here's what he told me. I knew already, but I didn't want to say anything. I wanted to hear it from him. He said, we're all sitting there in the audience. They have a head table here. Got all these white guys. They're all legal beagles. They're international legal advisors. So our chief was called. That time was a good guy, Herman. I sing round dance with him. But, so they called Herman Roasting. So Herman comes up. They ask him, who are you, sir? He says, I'm Herman Roasting. I am the elected chief of the bull band of Hobbema, Alberta. There goes the sovereignty right there. Because he doesn't know the international language. If he would have spoke our language and represented himself as a member of a tribe, but he didn't know. So, he's trying to be there honest, this is who I am. We kind of huddled together for a minute. My cousin was telling me, and all of a sudden they said, we don't have any business with you today, sir, next. Got it? Why? Because he didn't know who he was. Not his fault, he was made that way. We can't blame each other. I'm not here to blame you, I'm here to help you as best I can. But I don't take offense to what that man said. I'd like to see him come back, really. But a lot of people, they don't want to hear too much. They want a quick fix now. There's no quick fix with this. This can work within a month. This can work when the people decide to become a signatory Indian tribe, which you were given to be. A signatory Indian tribe. They can't touch you. They can't disturb you. You no longer have to live on their terms where this is your territory and here's your reserve. This is all yours. You do things properly. You can have people in your territory with the right legal writ, served to them saying, time to move. The government of Canada or Alberta or Ontario or Manitoba, they owe you for lying to you, that this is land is sold to you. Because the concept of ownership, that's the end of it. As soon as a signatory tribe is brought up, takes back the territory. So why did they create, all of a sudden it's ROSEAU River, over here, Sioux Lookout, over here, whatever, Bemidji there, the tribe there, created a boundary that didn't apply to Indian people. They split it up. Everything that should have been addressed by one people, by clanship. The women should have appointed the men to get out there and go and address that white man, lay down the law. That authority comes from the women. When it's done properly, it carries a spiritual order. I'm going to show you something that you should consider. Let's have a smoke break. That'll give me time to find this. It'll only take me about an hour. Yeah, let's have a smoke. Where's that water? It's getting dry here.
Lester, can I look at one of that Queen, what you sent her? Can I look at that copy?
Which one's that?
The Queen letter?
Hmm.
Can I look at it?
All right, so they're taking a quick smoke break, 5 to 10 minutes, and then they're going to resume. A lot of great information in this workshop info session. I'm personally enjoying a lot of the history that's being shared here. I hope you guys are too. There's going to be another workshop tomorrow, starting at the same time here at the same location. If you guys are interested in coming in person to come check it out, I would encourage that. It's a good chance to meet Lester in person. You know, he's going to share some documents with you guys for you guys to check out and take a look at. More or less is just information that you might want to look into and know more about, especially because a lot of this stuff is, you don't really find it publicly unless you actually go out of your way to research for it. Not many people speak about all these things, so I think this is a valuable information session for a lot of the people that tune in to watch it throughout today and tomorrow. And, well, like I said, if you guys want to come in tomorrow in person, they'll start at 10 a.m., although today they didn't start till about 10:30, quarter to 11. So it might be the same tomorrow. But they're here till 4 p.m., unless it ends a little bit earlier, and that gives you lots of time to come down, check out some of the stuff, and to hear a lot of the history in the past from your ancestors and the hardships that they had to go through. And we're just waiting for people to come back from their smoke break. I'll mute my mic for now until they get going again.
Great Spirit. And by his will I am a chief. He says, because everything that comes near me, it sticks its tongue out to me. In other words, everything, he's in balance with everything in the creation. He's loved. You stick out your tongue to him, like, I want a taste of the goodness. So he says, he sticks out his tongue out to me. Yet you men come here, and you say you don't know who I am. So explained who he was. The will of the Great Spirit is, the will is the women. The will. I have a document here. It took me a long time to get this written because he wrote it in code. It took me months to study it, and I got it. It's called, here it is. It took me about 3 months to study it, 1 month to figure it out, because here's how he wrote it. For example, like here's this here. You have part of it here, some of it this way, some of it there, some of it crossing there, some of it here, some of it there, some of it crossing here. It was, and I'm looking at this, wow, in the hell, why did he do it? And I thought, I know why he did it. He's not just going to give it to you. So here's what it is. Here it is. The great law of the first world. Excerpts from Daughters of the Great Spirit. That's an Indian Bible. Nothing to do with the white man. Now, it starts out as a hostile religion. They called our religion hostile. Got it? As a hostile religion, we know that the book referred to as the War of the Lords, that's in white man's Bible, it should have been called the Daughters of the Great Spirit. That's in the old Bible. Now, the first Christian Bible of 451 AD was called the Hammurabi. If you can find one, it's there. I've never come across one.
What's it called?
The Hammurabi. Hammurabi. Just as it sounds. Hammurabi Bible. 451 AD. It was first printed. It was distributed throughout the world. So it contained this book, which was removed by the Buddhist scholars. Okay? But the Buddhist scholars of England, those were monks. They used to do a lot of writing. They were known to be smart buggers. Now, the new translation forms the foundation for the present Christian Bible used throughout the world today. In other words, you don't go by that new one. Got it? Now, here's the old one. Here it is. Wow, this is powerful. The Great Spirit referred to the women of the clans as his daughters, and are referenced therein as angels. In Daughters of the Great Spirit, chapter 1, verses 1, don't worry about it, I'll give you a copy. You can copy it. It tells of the head clan mothers of Mu, our old empire that sank. Norway, still alive today. We have treaties with Norway, white tribes. Africa, Cleopatra, which was called not Egypt, was named after her. She was a head clan mother of white tribes. And Atlantis, that was our old empire, Atlantis. Now in chapter 1, verses 1, the Great Spirit directs these women to journey by a certain star. That's what they call the woman's star. That's okay. Now in chapter 1, verses 3, the women see the star and begin to prophesy the journey. They begin to live the journey, which today is called the legend of the Sky Woman by many tribes. 9 solar systems must be traveled by these women, and the journey must be made in less than 8 years. It could be made in a year. Now, the women were to bring something back that would overcome the torturing hells the people of the earth were forced to live by. In chapter 1, verses 4, it instructs tribal people how and when to sit in council. When is the key word. It instructs tribal people how to synchronize the power of earth with the universe. In other words, the clan women were given the knowledge and were instructed to instruct tribal people how to utilize the forces of nature for their benefit in certain situations. Chapter 2, verses 2. It instructs how to care for Mother Earth and be the guardians of the earth. Now, this is law. It is understood that by tribal people, that the earth is the female manifestation of the creation, and is referred to in some cases by ancient tribal people as the grandmother. Chapter 2, verses 2 states, clan women cannot use violent force of fire or water unless tribal people are in danger of extinction. Well, we're overdue, you women. Get at it. We're in danger. Now, chapter 2, verses 3 states that walls and pillars of fire cannot be used unless territories are no longer free. Again, get at it, women. We're no longer free. But you got to learn. You've got to learn, because it's a spiritual order. I know parts of it, but I can't say I know it all. That's what you could use your, those that do that, shapastigat, Dark Lodge. You'll get answers from the grandfathers and grandmothers. They'll tell you. Now, in chapter 3, called The Journey, the clan women were given a book to remember the people. So that book becomes the old Bible. It becomes parts of the new Bible for Indians. Because whatever is recorded by these women was brought back. The people are been given something to live by. That's what it is. So the authority right is given to the women from the Great Spirit who considers you as his daughters. That's the old Indian Bible. Sorry.
Can I take a little picture of that?
Yeah. You got that, eh? Cool. Oh, get one for Joe as well. Oh no, she could.
Joel, give me everything. Oh, wow. And find it.
Gee, you guys really like each other. Let's make coffee. Well, you get this stuff later. Okay, so there's, to me, that's probably the clearest spiritual guidelines I've ever read in my life. Now, where the men are concerned, the authority right comes from the women. When they decide who in their clan is to represent her words, she chooses the most competent man who has the ability to stand strong on the tribal law that he's to present to anybody on the outside. The reason she chooses man, because the woman is the daughter of the Great Spirit. That's too low a thing for her to do, to talk to people outside that are despiritualized, like government people. She sends the head man to speak on her behalf. Got it? So there's a head man for each tribe. You could choose one right now. I don't do that right now, but you know, in time, you'll see the effect of it. As soon as you choose a head man, I'll be here to teach him how to do legal writs that have an effect. That have an effect. But I'll tell you this right now. When I prepared the command for Queen Elizabeth, okay, I had my nephew. He's a lodge man. Here's a good, my late nephew. He's good with the pipe. So I grew tobacco 1 year. I had tons of tobacco. All hand. I didn't know how to cure it. I just crushed it up. Maybe bags this big, plastic, put it in there with a little tag. Natural tobacco, Indian grown. Here it is. I used to pass it around to pay my way across the country to teach people. Now, so my nephew, when he got a piece of that tobacco, he used it in a ceremony. They come outside after the ceremony. We didn't go in, we were late. I just set up camp and made our fire, made tea. So we finished the ceremony, he'd come over. He said, should I talk for a while? I got something to tell. I said, okay. So he went inside. The ceremony was matutsan, sweat. Right after the sweat, we're going to have a ceremony at midnight. So this is in between ceremonies, right? Finished the sweat, he went to sleep. woke up, came out, talked to me. Here's what he said. He said, I want you and your kids and your partner. He said, there's 2 brand new buffalo hides that I just got tanned. I want you and your children, your partner, to sleep on them tonight in your tent. Okay. He said another thing. He said, I was sitting on my bed after the sweat. I was holding my pipe. I went to sleep. He said, I thought I was asleep, but I wasn't. He said, I was sitting in the same position like I was sitting on a hill. In Blackfoot country, it's called, in our language, we got one too, up the mountains, Ogimawatsi is the chief of mountains. There's a reason for it. Blackfoot, they got the same thing, Chief Mountain, where they're all going fast. Not too much anymore. It's a pretty powerful place. So my nephew said he was sitting there on his bed, and next thing he's sitting on the mountain, because he'd been up there. We're sitting with the pipe on that mountain. And here a bush rustles, and he looks, and he knows right away it's a chief from back days. A chief stepped out. He looked at him. Also, when we came down out of the mountains to that ceremony, on the way in, we got one of those really huge, king size Hudson Bay blanket. So gave that to him for the lodge and everything. So he said when he was up there, he had that blanket around him. You know? He's looking at that chief, and the chief said, you give me that blanket. Those are good. The chief liked those kind of blankets. He tightened it around him and said, no, they gave it to me. The chief looked at her. He said, yeah, he said, you owe us 2 more nights and 2 more days. Because he said when he went up there, he's going to stay 4 nights. He didn't. 2 nights, he said, I got scared out of there. Too powerful. So he ran. So that old chief told him, give us that blanket. We'll forget about that 2 days, 2 nights. Right away, he took it out and gave it to him. You notice how powerful that place is. So next he said, the bushes on this side rustled. Same thing, another chief stepped out of there. Yeah. And he looked at him. And in his hand, he had a package of store-bought tobacco and a package of cigarettes. He held them up to him, and he said, we don't want this kind anymore. We want the kind that GINEW, the grandfathers in the law, they call me Rocky Mountain Man. We want the kind that Rocky Mountain Man brought you, that tobacco. We don't want this kind anymore. So I've been encouraging people. I gave away more tobacco seed than I ever had in my life, and I wanted to keep some always. So you got any tobacco seed? Good, grow tobacco. I try to encourage them, grow tobacco. That's what you use now. You go see somebody with the pipe that knows something. Use that one. So that becomes like a spiritual law. Okay? So where you now, women have knowledge of it. That's what a council is. So you have knowledge, therefore you're the law, and you remind these men, get growing tobacco. And tell them, get growing tobacco. That's what those old chiefs want. That's how our laws come about. Very simple, eh? I love growing tobacco. I had fun doing it. You know, of course, I was on the phone to Mohawks all the time, getting instructions. One guy told me, he said, listen, Lester, next time you get your tobacco and you want to treat it, you get one of those 26 ounce of whiskey. You spray that. Get one of those spray things. I thought he was joking. I told him I don't drink. He said, I didn't tell you to drink it. That was Johnny's buddy, eh? From Six Nations. Well, he told me, I thought about it. I thought, oh, I won't do it this time. just crush it. But I had lots of that tobacco. Now get back to it. The command to the Queen. I had it ready. So I know that I want to go to the ceremony. I got to find my nephew. He's traveling. They were hiring him all over the place. So I tracked him to Saskatchewan. I told him I'm actually coming through there. I said, I want to meet you. He said, all right, he's going to have a lodge. So I met him. I had the command with me. Now, by this time, I had given him lots of tobacco. I gave him piles of that homegrown tobacco. He passed it out, and he told everybody. He said, we planned this. There's a certain time we're going to call. Maybe about 15 of them, maybe more. He said about 15. He passed that. At a certain time, they're going to raise the pipe when I send that command to the Crown. Got it? Now that's the purpose of the pipe, is to uphold the law. And the law is the woman to the east. The men to the west hold the sacred peace pipe. And they uphold the law. The men uphold the law for the woman. Now, so when that happened, he told me, he said, I told him this, I said, you know, you talk to the grandfathers beforehand when you take the pipe, before you turn off the lights. You tell them, I don't want everybody to hear this, because most of them, they won't understand it anyway. Because they were people I had never met before. I said, I just want them to know, or want them to tell me, when do I send this command? Well, finished the ceremony, everybody got their answers, whatever. And he comes up to me just smiling. I look at him, he looks at me, he said, send it tomorrow. Right away, send it. $39.89, right to the Crown. So all those, I don't know all of them, who did that, they knew exactly what it's for. Next thing, before she responded, there's a white woman. She used to work with us. She's pretty smart. She's a author, writer, Vicky. So I was coming back from Calgary, and I usually phone her in Edmonton, drop by. She'll make me a meal and give me enough for gas to get home. She's got it. So I told her I'm in need. She says, all right, drop by. She says, I got to talk to you. I said, what is it? She says, you did something, didn't you? I said, what? She knows things spiritually. Somehow she's got it. So I get there, and she said, all right, what did you do? I said, what? What are you talking about? She said, do you watch world news? I said, not recently. I said, why? She says, right on the BBC, World News. They're having a meeting at Buckingham Palace, or what do you call that? Some special day, where they pour tea and stuff like that. They had 2,000 guests. And the guy was announcing, he said, what a beautiful day for this ceremony. They're having whatever it is. There's 2,000 guests outside. Blue sky and everything. And then just in a short while later, he's saying, oh, it seems there's a cloud moving in on us here. It's not shown on that. They wouldn't allow it. But she said, she got the report from people she knows in England, alternative news, not your regular everyday news. They're not allowed to say certain things, right, to control. But her friends, the alternative news, they were there. They said right out of the cloud comes a lightning. Came down about 10 feet from the Queen. They had to rush her to the hospital to get her heart checked. Several of her guests were burnt. They were burnt by that lightning. They were the families of the crown heads of Europe. They had to be rushed to the hospital. Now, I told her, I said, some things were timed. I said, but how do you feel about it? She said, well, it's about time. So that's how it works. I didn't say, Musho, Muck. Go and punish that one over there, beat him up. I didn't say that. When I raised a pipe, I simply said, I want her to read this. Oma Masnai. Whatever I wrote. I want her to read this. I see Nawagos for the people. So I don't know what the others said, but they know how to use that pipe, otherwise my nephew wouldn't have given him tobacco. But you know, it's all of them that know how to use that pipe, who to talk to. So that's how it's done. You leave that component out, you're not going to get anywhere. Okay? So I'm trying to explain to you the best that I can what I experienced, how it was done, and how it works. I know how it works now. I know why it works. The other part of this is where if people don't understand our spiritual ways, they better find out. Because there's a certain date coming up. Meredith mentioned it, and I don't know the exact date, but it's pretty soon. They got to get rid of all the Indians. Trudeau, the old Trudeau tried it, back in '69. Didn't work. There's too much resistance. Now, but they're going to do it. When I think about it, first of all, I tell people, have a look at termination. You won't hear that from any Indian Affairs official. Termination. The termination of a reserve means you're no longer prisoners of war. You are now assumed to be citizens of Canada. Did you know that an Indian can never be a citizen of a white civilized nation? It's a violation of international law. It's a violation of our treaty law. You can't become something that you are not. That's Creator's law. You're put here to be who the hell you were given to be. Not trying to be somebody else. That's your problem, or our problem. Well, it's no longer our problem, some of us. But that's the confusion. That's the confusion that's created by them. See, to get our minds right, that should be our personal quest in our lives, to get our minds right. I tell you, if you know the thoughts I had in my lifetime, you'd probably hang me right now. Not evil thoughts, effective thoughts. I wanted to kill everybody. You know,
Right beside you like that.
I know. Good. You know, but remember, no problem. There's no hell for us. I laugh because, I got to share this with you. You guys might have seen this. I share it with people because it's so right on. You know, back in, when the hell was that? Early 80s, late 70s, early 80s. It started in the 70s. There's a guy, Jim Jones. He's a cult leader. Now this guy is whatever he's got. He can gather people and make them believe in him. You know? So he's got all these people, and he tells them, look, we got to move out of this country, it was the United States. We're going to move. So they moved to Africa. They got land over there, and he started to build a big colony and everything like that. But you got to watch a documentary. It's based on pretty well the truth. They got a documentary out on it. But anyway, this is years ago. So what happens is, it gets to the point so bad that Jim Jones, he's strung out on some kind of drug, and he gets the people thinking the same way using that drug. And he tells them on one particular day, he says, all right, and thousands of people did this. He said, this world is no longer worth living in. You're to kill yourself. So some of them inject themselves, stabbed each other, you know, voluntarily killing themselves because this guy suggested it. Said, you'll be with your God today. So they did it. And all of this, I didn't know this. He had a son. At that time, his son was 10 years old, having to live through all this with his mother and his father. They're both gone. So this guy, having lived through that, let's move up now. Years later, I don't watch TV much. So I turn on TV. I never owned a TV. I'm watching this TV. It's my cousin place. Here this talk show comes on. It's called, a guy, he's a Greek boy, Stropalopoulos or something. Georgie Stropalopoulos or something. Anyway, he interviews people that are of interest. So he says, my next guest is the son of Jim Jones. And you do a flashback on all the things that Jim Jones was involved with. Quick story. This guy walks in. Right away, I mean, this is television. Tell Larry to quit it. So he walks in. I'm just looking at this guy and I think, geez, there's something unusual about this guy. He's soft-spoken, quiet guy. He sits down. They go through a lot of talk, and then he cuts to the chase, this Stropalopoulos. He says, I was just wondering, after suffering, going through all this, experiencing what you did, he says, have you become more religious? He said, oh, I love this. He said, a friend of mine reminded me, people turn to religion because they're scared to go to hell. Spiritual people have been there. For how much we suffered, we've been there. And then some. So when I looked at that, I thought, yes, this guy's got it. You know, he has no religion, but he considered himself a spiritual being. To have survived that kind of life, geez. Well, you're boarding school in some respects. They couldn't kill you when they cried, but they sure tried when they got you home. Anyway, going back to all of this, let's get back to why or how the removal takes place. Okay. So I've addressed it, I would say, offhand, with all the people that I removed from Indian Affairs legally, it constitutes two tribes. Now, in international law, they know that they know the foundation, of course, is them 6 treaties, 3 of them Indian. They also know that 5 clans, you've got to have 5 clans that constitute a tribe. They're studying tribal. They know that part of it. They don't know as much as you know or you learned already, but they do know in relation to the numbers, what constitutes a tribe, what numbers, got to have 5 clans. Meredith learned this when he went to address the United Nations General Council. In order to do so, he had to have credentials. So he went up to the law department of the UN, law department, and they asked him 4 questions. Oh, I don't have the document here. That one I'll bring sometime. You answer those 4 questions. They're very simple. And they'll issue you a credential. And that credential, for those white international legal advisors, it takes them 7 to 10 years to receive that credential. How did he do it? He presented himself, first of all, as an American Indian, a signatory tribal Indian. In other words, he goes by a rule of law that supersedes the United Nations body of law. They issue him a credential. So when he got downstairs, he had a group of chiefs from the Wounded Knee Standoff, 1973. They chose him. They had a ceremony here. They said, that's the guy to go and see. He didn't know until they come and talk to him. So he goes to New York with them. Now, so he's going downstairs to see the chiefs that he's going to represent, to address the General Council of the United Nations. What happens is they took his chiefs while he's upstairs getting his credentials, and they put these chiefs through civil rights. They stole them, trickery. Now, what does that do? These chiefs are the last of the headmen of Dakota. You know, it's Louis Badroon and or some of them you might know, Old Fool's Crow. He was part of it. A lot of people didn't know. They're still headmen. Even some of the Dakotas didn't know that. I didn't know that either. But the point of it is, they had the authority. Now, so he gets down there to talk to his chief to present his document to the General Council. They rushed him through civil rights. So where do you get today? What do you got today? UNDRIP. You know why? Because they use those chiefs. Those chiefs are sovereigns, descendants of a sovereignty. But he did serve the General Council. He did it by paper. He could have done it personally and addressed them in this manner. But he had to do it by paper because he misses one chance to do it live because of what they've done to his chiefs. So he said, you guys, you got to be careful when you do this. Be very careful how you do it, but it'll work. So, you know, when he said that, he also said to me, he said, no, said there's a document within the, I got part of it here. I don't have that one page. I keep that personally because he explains the authority right the tribal way. He's the first one after 45 years of finding all of this stuff. Let me tell you right now, after he passed on, I visited him, or visit Patty, his late wife. And we're sitting there, and she had a bunch of documents. I just usually take a few documents that I need. She's got stacks of them. I could have taken them, but I didn't. Just what I needed. So we started talking, and I asked her, I said, you know, Patty, I quit researching, but I was younger, I used to do a lot of it because my relatives asked me to find out about the treaty. I said, I got nothing to do with treaty, but they do. So I said, you know, I've been stuck. I said, you know, a lot of times I couldn't go on. But from what I read of Meredith, she filled in all the gaps where I was stuck. I said, where does he get this stuff? He said, all right, I'll tell you, Lester, you will understand this. He said, when he can't find something, he waits till the girls go to bed, they're sleeping, tells me to sit down near the light switch, turn off all the lights in the house, darken the place. He says, sometimes I sit by the light switch for 2 hours waiting for him. And then he comes out of it. He says, uh-huh. Yeah. Uh-huh. Okay. Yeah. We're telling him. So he tells her, turn on the lights. Write this down. So she starts writing what he's saying. And he's writing something else at the same time. Pretty amazing. So when he's stuck, he asks our other family. And they tell him. That's why I know where those 6 treaties with the white tribes of Europe are sitting. That's how I know. They show him where it is, what he's looking for. They show him. They take him there. So those ones that are sitting in the Vatican, we can access them. We can command them to return those 6 treaties, because that's touchy. Because it would really expose this world's lie, especially from Europe. It would go in our favor It will. To me, when I hear about, there's salvation coming, this and that, all these, some are religious nuts, some of them are valuable things to say, but they all have this idea of a savior. It's not a savior per se. The savior is us. We're the savior. So I'm not ambitious about all of this. Why I say that in a good way because I know it works. It works. Never failed me. Not as an individual, it's always as a tribal and a member of a tribe. I have no desire to be anything else. So, when I look at what they tried to use against me at one point when I first started, they said there was a writing put out by somebody who doesn't like me. And they said, Lester John HOWSE is a Métis drifter. Métis drifter. I was so pissed on him. Where did I catch you? First of all, Métis is a government term. I never knew that term until I come into a white man's world. After we come out of the bush boarding school and then, Métis or this or that or whatever. Could never relate to that. Later on, when I thought about it, all right. Little did they realize, no home pun, my late grandmother was full blood, pure blood, Indian. Her husband, Masompan, my late grandfather, Aptao Gushan. In our language, which means Apitao, half. Gushan, son. Half a son. He didn't say he's half Chinese, the other half is this. He said half a son, but still a son. Still our son. When I look at some of the documents, what they did to create this division, which is working, especially here in this Manitoba with this chubby guy, Métis guy, David. I taught right in his village. Damn, was he mad. He wouldn't come in. He was driving up and down the streets telling two drunk guys, I knew them, to come in and go and tell him what he's talking about. So we took a smoke break, and I went up to them. Billy, I said, why don't you tell? I said, what are you doing here? He said, David Chartrand, that's his villager, eh? Duck Bay. He's driving up and down. I said, well, you guys come in for a minute and you leave. What's going on? So they both admitted, David wants us to report back what you're saying. I said, tell him to come on in and sit down. You can hear it himself. So, never heard from him. But that shows you where he's at. I was a threat to him because of his ambition. I had no ambition. I just wanted the people to learn. Also, a lot of them accepted that there's an adhesion to treaty, nobody could produce it. Some of them didn't want to be called Métis, but they did because of David. So he's misleading. An example of the division and how it works, where if you go way back, you got a guy named Louis Riel. He was 1/10 Dene Indian. 1/10. What did he do? He tried to bring these mixed blood people in to become Canadians. He became a member of Parliament. Secondly, he tried to make them become part of the church. Bad move, both of them. If you want to be like them, then go fight for them. When he was down in the United States in Montana, he was bootlegging to Indians. How he survived. Do the research. Do the research, you'll find it. He was bootlegging to Indians. And he wanted to get the Dakotas, especially, to come and join him to straighten out this government of Canada. For his benefit. So they praised somebody who was out for himself. They say he was for the people? No. No, he was out for himself. Because if you're going to lead your people, if you say that you want a separate country, you want it, why? When you already gave your allegiance to the corporate government of Canada, becoming a politician under their law. Now, the worst thing is religion. That's where they can beat you or you can beat them. You can stop them or they're going to beat you. They're going to use religion. I'll show you. I'll show you that. All right. So, in time, when that religion came here, a lot of our people, in time, they became believers, if you will, or followers of that religion, because the values that they were preaching were valid. They were real values, and I said earlier, taken from us. They were taken from us. Now remember that old book I told you about? That's an Indian Bible, 451 AD, distributed throughout the world. The Hammurabi. It contains pretty well all of what I've been talking about, especially in the area of the old ceremonies, how they were done, all of it. It was right in that book. Why do you think they destroyed it? If you live by what was in the old Hammurabi Bible, you were a tribal individual. You were a sovereign, no question. So it started with the Romans. They had to destroy that sovereignty. They had to destroy it of the white tribes of Europe. Now, so they use religion. Now, religion in itself is where your laws come from. I don't care what anybody says. I can take you back any country that claims to be like a member of the UN or whatever. I can tell you exactly what religion they go by. And it certainly is not tribal anymore. So, for example, we talk about Catholicism, Catholic, or whatever. Whatever it is, Christian, the new Christianity is not acceptable to me. The old Christianity is. Because Indians were the first Christians. Where do you think they got their teachings? They got them from us. Our old Bible, Hammurabi. I'll give you an example. Here's to qualify this. In the British Museum of Archaeology Finds, London, England, sits a white man's Bible written by Ezra. It's called the Septuagint, the oldest known Bible in the world, or that's what they claim. Well, next to that Ezra's Septuagint, there's 4 leather parchments were dug up over here that are 2,000 years older than the white man's Bible. They're sitting there in the British Museum. They contain all the above. That's where this comes from, Daughters of the Great Spirit, right from that Bible. And there's other things. So it shows you that when they use our book, and you look at the Septuagint, where Ezra wrote it, a lot of the tribal teachings are included in Ezra's Bible. The values of the tribes are right in there. Spiritual values. Now, spiritual values, you're supposed to be able to live those values, right? Live those values. Well, we don't today. Well, not totally. Some of it we do live. Some of it we just know spiritually, naturally, I'd prefer to say. A lot of Indians are like that. They just somehow know things. That's that, what do they call it? The rejuvenation of the spirit. The tribal genetic is coming alive. This is the time period now on the earth when the tribal genetic comes alive. It's a spiritual process. So we got to wake up as a people, otherwise we're going to miss that power that we're given for this time. I know it's for this time. Now, back to religion. So, in the old Bible, you have teachings. For example, let's look at the matter of Noah. Noah is one. Moses another. Okay. All right. Noah started his own religion. Okay. Noah was an evil man. Straight out. Why was he evil? Noah and his sons and all his followers, they would attack tribal women. And they lived by the law of the sword. The law of the sword says this. Now, the women held title to the land and everything belonged to the women. Okay? So they would attack, kidnap, rape tribal women, pregnantize them. Once they become pregnant, the law of the sword gives them the right to kill those children that he fathered and the mother, and to take the property of that tribal woman. That's Noah and his sons. They put up Noah like, Noah knew he was going to be punished. Forces of nature. So the woman sent that flood. We know about the flood over here. I could show you places all across the country. Back in Alms, I could show you where we went up. We were told way back in the day where we're to go up. You're to save food, save the food. You're to build a trail up the mountain. You're to build a landing, and you're to build big boats. Put the food in there because there's a flood coming. One of the Indian medicine men, a good man, he passed away, is Joe Rohn. I sat with him for a whole day. He sent for me one time. And he said this. He said, you know, must be the time you guys were in boarding school. I met your old uncles. They used to live out near the mountains. I didn't know some of them. I just knew about them. But he'd met them. And he said, for a while when they started talking about the Bible, I thought, oh, they're religious people. Then I realized what they're telling me. They showed him the place where we were to go up the mountain. He said that trail is still over there. So that's how we survived. If you go to Vancouver Island, they'll tell you a story, and they'll show you the mountain that they were to go up because there's a flood coming. They were told. I just laughed because one of my daughter-in-laws, I was driving her home with the babies. Ireland, she was living there. I looked up. I said, is that the hill where the people were supposed to go? She said, yeah. She said, look what's up there. There was a big cross crucifix up there where the people used to go when the flood came. So she said, that cross used to be made of wood. It burnt down. That one up there now, it's metal. It's made out of metal. See what I mean? They'll do anything. They'll exploit anything that is of spiritual value to Indians. So going back to the flood and that Bible. Now, when it says in the Bible that Noah was told by God to build it, bullshit. He was told to straighten out or else. He was told. So they used, by the old Bible, they used the forces of nature. They sent a flood. Now, I have a document. I got it locked up. It gives you the exact year, not the Gregorian calendar or the Julian, the ancient calendar, which we went by, 13 months. It gives you the exact date when Noah was forced. He opened the ark. He couldn't handle it no more. He opened the ark, and he signed the treaty. It's called Noah's Ark Treaty. And that treaty today protects the white tribes of Europe. That's one of the 6 little treaties that are the foundation of all international law. Noah's Ark Treaty covers all Northumbrian groups. That means, I don't know what they call it today, Swedish, Norwegian, whatever. We have a treaty with Norway. Norway is an old country, ancient country. But again, so the religion was twisted to favor them. Remember, your laws come from your religion or your religious philosophy. Now, if you have a false religion, your so-called government or laws, they're not going to be acceptable by the people. And that shows all over the world. Any government that is ruling, that has no spiritual foundation, it's not going to last. It never has. It never will. So in many ways, we have the advantage as spiritual beings to bring this about. But now back to Noah. Okay, now Noah, that was his background. When I talk about Meredith, his name was, we call him Musa. He was named by his kunshi, his grandma. There's a discussion he has, in passing he wrote it, and he says this. These old women, when he was younger, these old Dakota women were talking, and they're trying to figure out the Musa. And one of them finally said this, said it goes back to one, way back. It's called Moses. That's what that spirit was passed on to Meredith. So what did he do? He's trying to free his people. What did his predecessor do? Moses? Try to free his people. So there's a guy born into royalty, where he was sent away by his mother down a river, and he'll have a better life. Well, he was taken in by a woman of royalty, raised by the Pharaoh as his son. When he sided with the people who were slaves, the tribals were now slaves. So that was his people to free. As soon as he started to do it, the Pharaoh had him removed, put him in a desert to die. Well, he was found by tribal women. It was the tribal women that doctored him, brought him back, and taught him. You know, when they talk about taking that staff, all of a sudden becomes a serpent, that's a cane of authority given by the women. That's what it is. That serpent, that represents a serpent of time. When the stars are out, if you look up there, you can see it sometime if you follow it properly. It involves Pluto, Saturn, all of them. It's like a serpent. When I hear the term snake people, that's what it relates to, spiritually. People who are people of time. They're trying to make us people of light. We're people of time. Now, so going back to Moses. So here's a guy who's of royalty. So he comes back as a liberator of his people. And he did it. Now something tells me for that time period when this concept of Jesus was born, how they did it. And how they used that. See, there was no such Jesus Moses ever talked about. In my time of researching here and there, I was looking for the true birth of this Savior Christ. Jesus Christ. There's no such name. There is no such name. There was no such name way back then either. So some say it was Joshua or whatever. The point of it is here, with the religion that they teach us in comparison to the spiritual ways that we live by, there's no future with this white man's religion or his law, because it's one and the same thing. You know, we got to learn to understand that. So religion. Now let's get into something that we should cover. Let's go back to the time period of say 1800s. Okay, so the Dakotas at that time, the United States declared war on the Dakota Empire. Now, Sitting Bull was an appointed chief. He was appointed by the women. As a matter of fact, when they sent in his brother to kill him, his own brother killed him. He was right from late fool school. He's an old Indian medicine man. He told us, he told Meredith as well. He said it was Sitting Bull's brother that killed him. He was the head of the police, of the agency. They made him the head of the police force. Now, the same time that they killed Sitting Bull, they killed the clan mother that appointed him. They figured, all right, we're going to cut it off entirely. It's going to be the end of it. Now again, religion. Here's what you've got to be careful of. While we're on the subject, because it's important. At Sitting Bull's time, there was another religion they introduced to the Dakota people. It's called the ghost dance. Now, some of them are lying. They're writing lies. They're saying that Sitting Bull was killed because of the ghost dance. Partly true, but they don't understand why. They're trying to say he was part of it. He would have nothing to do with it. The ghost dance was made up by the United States military through their scouts spying on Indian ceremonies. So they write it up. Looks Indian, but it isn't. They want these Indians to go the wrong way, especially spiritually. Because the most powerful people were the Plains people, their spiritual ways. So they had to destroy it. So there's three religions that you got to watch out for that came out of that time period. Number one, to destroy Dakota. A lot of people still do it, and I don't know why. That's one of them. Now that comes from a guy named Wovoka. So the reference in the American Indian Religious Freedoms Act, 1978, they classify it, or they label it Wovoka, peyote code. Now, there's the real one, they use it properly, and there's very few people who are allowed to even go there. I felt so good I was invited, but I didn't go because I wasn't aware of their ways, and I wasn't scared of it, just I wanted to know more about it. But then there's the Native American Church. That's where you get this, made up by the United States military. The ghost dance and the peyote. Now, well, this is two as well. So let's go backwards. Number one. Down east, there's a lot of people. Even one guy was mad at me because I exposed what Handsome Lake was. Here's the other one. You got to watch out for these religions. I mean it. Here's the other one. Now, Handsome Lake was made up by the government to destroy the Iroquois Confederacy. Now, Handsome Lake was his name. He was an Indian who, he liked his drinks, and they sobered him up. They gave him a lot of wealth, wagons, horses, you name it. And they gave him a religion to teach his people called Handsome Lake Code. I'm sorry. The Handsome Lake Code. So he gets back home, tells the people, if you want all this kind of stuff, wealth and everything, here's the right religion to follow. I'm going to teach it to you. And he did. Today, I was threatened twice, 6 nations. Didn't bother me. I told him, I said, look, you don't have to believe me. I do the research. Look it up. American Indian Religious Freedoms Act 1978. Handsome Lake Code is right there. Make-believe religion given to the Indians will go the wrong way. Mess them up spiritually. That was the purpose. Now, this is the other one. This one a lot of people don't understand. Black Elk religion. Black Elk religion. Now, where did this derive from? If you read on different places, one book that is valid is called Bury My Heart at Wounded Knee, written by D. Brown. Now, D. Brown had access to congressional records on the Indian, American Indian. So he knew some things. He was allowed access to congressional records. Now, in his book, he describes it this way, and it's true. Black Elk even spoke himself about this matter. What Black Elk had to say, D. Brown reinforces what he says. Now, Black Elk tells it this way. Now, we're talking about a 14-year-old guy. 14-year-old guy. This is after the reserves are settled. Pine Ridge is already set up, Now, there's a group that come in. Their headman was, they killed him. It was, come on. Oh, come on. Anyway, we'll move on, I'll get it. Okay, Black Elk was a 14-year-old. Now, the agency of Pine Ridge was already occupied for years. They had set up the reserve already. Now, there's a group that came in, and the group that came in, it was wintertime, and they came into the agency where their relatives are. It was Pine Ridge Agency. Now, where they surrounded them, Yeah. Bigfoot was his name. Bigfoot was the last that did not sign any treaty with the United States government. They were still signatory tribal Indians. So Bigfoot's people showed up there to do a ceremony with their relatives on the Pine Ridge Reserve. The United States military got wind of it. Now some of them write saying, oh, revenge for Custer's death, the 7th Cavalry. It was not. They knew that Bigfoot and his people were the last ones to know that ritual, and they're going to do it to bring the people up. And some of their people on the Pine Ridge Reservation was going to join them. So when they arrived at a place called, it's not Wounded Knee, It was one of the creeks there, Porcupine Creek. So they gathered there. Now, what happens? They surrounded them. They've got the guns. Gatling guns are specially made for killing Indians. They're surrounded. They placed this guy, 14 years old, Black Elk, on a hill overlooking the area where these Indians are all surrounded. They started to kill him. They even killed, I think, 47 of their own men in a crossfire. Oh, they didn't give a shit. They killed all the men, women, and children. There's 12 of the children that survived because the women gave the ultimate sacrifice. They covered them because it was wintertime snow. Kids would freeze to death. They covered them when they died, when they were killed. They covered the children. 12 of them survived out of 300. So, now here's what it was. It was all over religion. Now, where Black Elk was set up there. Now, in law, he's referred to as a protocol observer. But he's a protocol observer for the United States Army. He doesn't know what he's doing up there. They just place him there to watch the slaughter. And he talks about it. He talks about all of it. He's telling the truth. But they used him. Now, how they used him, later on, they have, even today, what they call Native Studies. You go to any university, pick up a book called The 7 Rights of the Sacred Pipe, also Black Elk Speaks. That's what they used, religion, a false religion they introduced. And it's all to do with people of the sacred pipe. That's how they used them. There. Now, here's what it is. It carries a legal part to it. In other words, they're using the Indian against the Indian. Let me tell you something now. No Indian, and I use that term seriously, Indian, can have a charge placed against him or her unless another Indian gives it away to have it done. Got it? You know how they use the sovereignty of the Indian against the Indian? Now, there's examples of it. These false religions, they're alive today. When I was at Six Nations, I was threatened twice, not to speak about Handsome Lake. My response was, well, if it's such a good religion, shouldn't you be teaching it? He said, well, look what you're doing. You're destroying it. I said, I'm not destroying it. I'm exposing it. And I'm showing you where you can find it. Of course, it's classified under United States law. And if you want the writing, I'll get the writing that shows you that all these 3 were written by the United States military and others. False religions. To make the Indian go the wrong way, especially spiritually. See, one time the people down east, they were powerful people. Well, they were given a false religion to destroy them. Dakotas, powerful people. That was given to them. Black Elk, same thing. See, Black Elk is everywhere. We're people of the sacred pipe. We follow this way. There's even some lawyers, particular lawyers, that know how this religion works. See, in relation to religion, Meredith explained it this way. He says, there's nothing to creating you, or to create sovereignty for you. But you're only going to last about 6 months. Then they're going to come after you on the religion. They're going to ask you, are you part of the people of Sacred Pipe? You know, now that you know, you tell straight out, I have nothing to do with the black elk religion. Straight out, now that you know. That's how you stop them. When you know what they're up to, you know what they've done. As it is, a lot of people don't know. They follow this from the book. When I used to work in the lodges, there's no, the old timers sit down with me and says, well, now, the spirit's here, a spirit over there. You have to learn a language. Both of them, they spoke both languages. So I'm there, best I could do, serve the people, learn. I'm listening to these old timers. Every time they speak, take that pipe. I watch them, who they're talking to, where they're offering that smoke, and for what reason. You go by our old teachings, which are 28. 28. There's a reason for that. In the 28 teachings, it tells you straight out that let's first of all, let's start with the number itself. What does 28 mean to you? Where is 28 signified? Where? The what?
Birth control pill, 28 days.
Well, if you want to look at it that way, fine. I don't. Okay, first of all.
It goes with saying, I don't know if you've ever seen it's a line by Trudeau, the late Elliot Trudeau.
Yeah.
He said, if you don't know your language, then you're not sound.
He's right. He's right. He's right. That son of a bitch, there's some things he said I didn't like, but he's right on target. But anyway, going back to it, yeah. See, the 28 is this. Okay. So we were given reminders. Here's one of the reminders of our 28 teachings. You'll find it on this guy or this girl's back, this one. In the middle, you got 13. That's the middle. Outside here, all the way down, 28. What does that signify? 28, one moon to the next, 28 days. Got it? In the middle, 13. That's our months. That's our year. Tribal. That's ours. We were sent the turtle as a reminder. Of the 28 teachings, you'll find, look at any turtle, 28. Look in the middle, 13. So it's all there, our reminder. So one of the laws is this. This came to me later when I realized that when I was working with the old timers, I was learning. You're to study and come to know the spirit world. That's what we do. We're to study and come to know the spirit world so we don't make mistakes when we use that object of authority given by the sky woman from the woman's side. Got to know. We've got to know who we're talking to. Why? We've got to know that. So on this one here, there's other teachings. The 28, I got a list of them. And inside the 13 seasons, all the above. So people of the Turtle Clan, that's what they should be studying, the 28 teachings, because that was what they're given. They're keepers of it. And the turtle isn't just to signify things. That's the responsibility of Turtle Clan. Very simple. So I'm not Turtle Clan, but that's their responsibility. So where sometimes when you're asked, what is your religion? You're not to go into depth about it. It's none of their business. To even ask you, it's none of their business. So what they're trying to do is corner you and catch you, defeat you by religion. They can never do it if you're of the old religion. But you've got to be careful of those new religions because they're exploiting and they're falsifying the teachings. This is a false ceremony. This is a false teaching. This one is the worst. It cost the lives of over 300 people just to bring that into existence. See, with this ghost dance, so one of the leaders of the ghost dance, he was a relative of Sitting Bull's. And he used to visit Sitting Bull and try to convince him to come to that ghost dance, take part in it. He said, look at all the people that'll follow you. Because a lot of people are still stuck with Sitting Bull, even after reservation life. Now, Sitting Bull was killed because of this one here. What happened? Here's what happened. Here's this fish. So when they introduced that false religion, Sitting Bull wouldn't attend. But then what he started to do, he started to bring back the old spiritual ways of Dakota, the real ones. He started to bring it back. All of a sudden, there was, they said, 93% turnaround. 93% of the people that were part of that Wovoka, as soon as Sitting Bull started doing the old ceremonies, 93% of the people came back to him. That's why they killed him. Because their false religion was failing. It's not working. So he was a threat. So that's why they timed his death along with the clan mother that appointed him as headman. Yeah. Oh, yeah. All right. For questions, there's one thing I wanted to, where the hell is it? I'm so organized. I can't find what I'm talking about. Oh, here it is. Okay. Now this one has been served already. This one I'm going to read out because you got to be made aware of what has been done so far, which would include you. Here it is. From the territory of the Rocky Mountain Tribes. Attention, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, the Privy Council of Canada, all provincial premiers, all justice ministers, provincial and federal, and the RCMP force. Now, this was sent out years ago. In the year of 1996, a command was given by the Rocky Mountain Tribes to the Crown of England, the Government of Canada, and the provincial premiers. The Queen of England, Elizabeth II, as well as Governor General for Canada, Romeo LeBlanc, acknowledged said command. RCMP officer Dale Clark delivered to our tribe a message stating clearly that we were not to be disturbed, as we had removed from the jurisdictional assumption over our people. The command was issued for the tribal people that would come. Now here's where you guys are included. The command was issued to the tribal people that would come under the protection of as signatory Indians and assert jurisdiction within their respective territories. In other words, it's wide open. It's ready anytime you guys are. It's already addressed. Now, does that answer your mic? Does that answer you? Oh, that's not. Oh, no. Wrong guy. He asked questions earlier, but that's pretty well answered there. Okay. Our tribal people will be traveling to various locations for the purpose of occupying those areas known to you as Crown land, which will be henceforth be known as tribal lands, as our law constitutes tribal custom and usage and supersedes your God and rule of law. Your citizens are subject to obey. To accept. Furthermore, all Indian people who are of treaty areas will be represented by our tribal legal advisor should they come to understand and accept that the treaties are subject to interpretation under international law and tribal law only. Whatever political parties are in power over your citizens, this command will stand to protect tribal territories and its people for the rest of their lives. And all political parties of your white civilized nation will receive this command as we fulfill our responsibility to do so for the good of all. Treaties can only be made between two sovereigns, and a treaty can only be based upon peace, and cannot include the surrender of land, the imprisonment of the people placed on reserves or reservations, and thereafter classified as prisoners of war, as has transpired on the part of Canada and the British Crown. As tribal people, we will live as we were given to by our ancestors, who we have inherited our titles, we inherit our titles from long before your illegal invasion of our various territories. We will begin to collect the taxation rents from your citizens, who will be given a receipt upon cooperation with our headmen, who are duly appointed by the true holders and authorities being the women of our clans. You are reminded that our tribal people are not First Nations, Métis, Natives, or members of organizations registered under your law and jurisdiction. Your jurisdiction applies to your citizens and cannot include tribal Indians, as in doing so, your government will be committing the crime of treason. You are to begin transferring monies that are owed to our tribal people from the trust fund that has been given to natives of various organizations for the purpose of solving problems that your government created. The crimes are presently being dealt with by a tribunal in which you have no defense, as there's too much evidence to have you deny any of the said crimes. You will soon receive a writ that will show the amount of monies you owe for your theft of resources and destruction of earth and tribal people. You're also commanded to end the land claims process, which natives who are prisoners of war and are therefore no longer Indians legally. Crimes classified as treason. Rebellion or insurrection against signatory tribes. 2. Seditious conspiracy against signatory Indian tribes. 3. Advocating the overthrow of Indian tribes. 4. Registration of certain organizations, AFN, all those people that are misleading Indians. 5. Activities affecting police forces generally. Police are not to bother an Indian. 6. activities affecting armed or police forces during war. No Indian is subject to their wars. You can only volunteer. Number 7, recruiting for services against Indian tribes. Example, used to go into some band office where there's a big sign there, "Get alive, join the Canadian Army." That's an example of recruiting for services for their army. That's how they sanction wars. They use the Indian. Did you know that the United States had to get permission from Indian tribes to make war in Europe? They did. Because the only sovereign in this part of the world is the American Indian, not them. Now, okay. Enlistment of services against Indian tribes. Number 8, giving aid and comfort to Indians or non-Indians committing these crimes. AFN, they're committing that crime every day. Your officers and or agents in the provincial and federal parks will be given immediate notice that our tribal people will be occupying and using non-mobile units built and placed in our territory by your provincial or federal parks departments. In closing, it is expected that you will inform all bureaucrats, law enforcement agencies, and all pertinent authorities that this command includes all as mentioned herein. With respect for law, Wapiscus PSU, legal advisor for signatory and treaty Indians. That went out six years ago when I got divorced from Sasha. That's what makes me, or reminds me. But, yeah, that's good that you do get a copy because you should know this because it's already been served, so they know. Now that includes you when you identify as treaty Indian. And understanding treaty as explained here. Yeah. No stipulations written by your enemy. No. Interpreted at the international level. Because the one document, I'll say it right out, I remember it, I know it inside and out, it's here. I'll give you copies of that tomorrow. I'll be more organized tomorrow. Tomorrow we're just going through just the beginning. So here it is. 1897. Solicitor General for Canada, J.J. Curran. Here's what he states. We contend that these treaties are subject to international rather than municipal law. Straight out from their own Governor General in 1897. These treaties are subject to international law and not your domestic law. You know, it's strange how this happened. I was passing that thing out at the time that 69 when Trudeau was trying to wipe out Indians with a pen. I was passing that document to everybody. After a while, I didn't have that document. This shocked me. I got called to Saskatchewan. Who? You wouldn't believe it. Perry Bellegarde. Before he was AFN chief. He was just chief of Whitecalf, a little area taken back from Catholic Church, I think it was. So he sent for me, so I went over there. Him and Roland Crow, he was the head of the Federation, Saskatchewan Indian Nations. And so I presented. And Perry says, I don't know if you've ever seen this before, Lester. Check this out. Here it was, a document had been passing out since 1969. And this was in 91, I think, 92. Here he had it. I said, well, did you use it? He said, I was planning to. Christ, it's right there in front of him. So I knew what his ambition was. He couldn't use that because his ambition was to become under their law as a head of that AFN, which he did. Got it? So I know why he didn't use that. Well, I got a copy. I'll give you guys a copy tomorrow. You present that to any judge, they can't disturb you. Here's what it goes on to say. Okay, these treaties were made with the tribes, and the faith of the nation was pledged in dealing with all annuities. The government cannot use any, what do you call them, in law, they're sort of like doing the wrong thing in relation to law. So it also says, these matters are handled in a totally different manner that might arise between two subjects of Her Majesty who may come before a court to have their matter adjudicated upon. In other words, he's saying an Indian does not belong in our courtroom. These matters or whatever are to be dealt with separately. Because an Indian is not subject to their law. That treaty says so. And that's what that Governor General 1897 Curran is saying to them. These are subject to international law, not domestic law. And you can't assume jurisdiction over these Indians. He's telling them straight out. So I'm going to give you a copy of that document tomorrow. But you know, here's Perry Bellegarde, scared to use that document. Yet he had it. Probably one of us passed out way back in the 60s. But at least I got it back.
What is the potential fear people would have in the community for, if they went out and did what you're saying there? I know one of the things that fears is like losing what little they've been given through these like Indian affairs. How do you deal with that? Money that they get here.
You deal with it as a tribe. That's why they got you. They got you by religion, right? To begin with, and they know they got you by the assumption of jurisdiction because of the educational system, making you believe in the elective system being the only answer. The elective system was sent in to destroy you. So you become tribal again, remove yourself from Indian affairs, which I do for the people. I've got a document I'll show you tomorrow, and we'll go over it. It'll explain clearly. Well, that's what you deal with Indian affairs over. When you become a tribe or member of a tribe, then you approach them. I put in here that they've already been served, so they expect it. You are to begin transferring monies that are owed to our tribal people from the trust fund that has been given to natives, I didn't say Indians, natives, of various organizations for the purpose of solving the problems that your government created. In other words, all this money that's coming in, okay, it comes from the Indian. Well, in order to, I'm telling you, in order to access, you got to become an Indian, not a First Nation. That's where they got you, because First Nation is under their law and jurisdiction, because you go by elective system belonging to them. Oh yeah, I know them inside out. Yeah.
The other thing I was going to ask was about what happens. I don't know if you've ever encountered it where you write a letter like you did with a command, and if they don't, is there any chance that they might just ignore that command?
Might what?
Ignore.
Not when they know who you are. You got to put it forward to them. tell them, you have no jurisdiction over me because I am a signatory tribal Indian. That treaty guarantees it. Because the treaty cannot be made the way they've done it. See, it should be, the treaty should be made with Anishinaabe, not little group here, little group there, reservation there. The reservation is classified as a place where prisoners of war are kept. International law, I found it. I put it out to everybody I can. That's where they got you. In order to assert jurisdiction, you've got to become who you were given to be. Now, the term Indian, a lot of people don't like it. I'm sorry. The treaties were made with Indians, tribe of Indians, not tribe of First Nations, not Métis, not C-31 or Bill C-45 or whatever else they come up with. It's not legal what they're doing. Having said that, you can't address it when you're still in a prisoner of war state. That's why you're being refused. I'm serious. That's why chief and councils can't get anywhere. They want to do good things. They can't. Because they're holding that over them and they won't let you know. But now that you know how to go after them, you get the women to stand up, select the chief, and you can beat them. I'll be more than happy to do your paperwork for you.
But I think what is removal. We need to be removed. And some of us are already removed. And we're going to get the microphone so we can hear because the questions that you ask, we can't hear you at all. We're just going to get the
Get that one over there. Yeah. These guys could set it in front of them. Oh, okay. All right.
You can hear you because of your mic.
Yeah.
But we can't hear Edward's question or
See, that's.
how do we survive without, kind of like without being under that? I think I kind of heard you.
What I'm really getting at is, for us, we'd like to have a plan making that prison transition from what we're under right now back to where we belong. We've been talking about that a lot. But we lack a lot. I'll be honest, there's some lack of education on our part because our elders, some of them talked about it, but they never really instilled it in us.
Yeah.
We need to keep hearing that stuff.
Check, check. Check, check. 1, 2. Check, 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 check.
I was in my 20s up to my time I was close to 30. I was in the dark. I was in the dark about everything. I couldn't relate to this bullshit about being a Métis. I couldn't relate to that. I grew up as an Indian, meaning I grew up in the bush till they come and steal us. RCMP. Now, having said that, so the life that I knew is not the same as any life that I ever experienced outside of the bush when they come and steal us from the first white man town we lived in. They come and scooped us. The point of it is, now when I look back on it, the first thing I do, I don't sit there and, snivel about it. No. I go to find out what gave them the law. That's what interested me. Even as a kid, how can they do this to us? How can they take us from our mom? Make her leave her crying. She was tough. She threw a couple of them around. The times they were putting us in their cop car, take us away. We're just little guys then, in late 40s. So, you know, where I felt helpless, but at the same time, I thought something can be done. All my life, it's not revenge or anything like that. But an injustice has been done to our family and many other Indian families that I met in my travels through that boarding school. I've been through 2 of them. It's all Indians in there. They separated some of us, like my younger brother, he was darker than us. They sent him to a boarding school up north. That was federal jurisdiction. Well, we were under provincial. But they say, same crap, different pile. One level provincial, one level federal. It's the same thing. Boarding school was the same damn thing. The suffering was the same, all the above. The point of it is, see, people don't realize it's still going on today. See, where I was talking to a friend who's pretty learned. He said, look, he said, you know damn well the crime they committed. What are you going to do to bring that about? He said, we have to create a tribunal controlled by us. It must be controlled by us. It's like I mentioned in here, that tribunal is coming. They know it. Now, they also know, well, I'm red flagged with the government. They know who I am. The point of it is, I don't mind that. I don't mind that at all. Maybe that's why I end up with a couple of women that are turtles. They always stick their neck out. They taught me how to stick out my neck.
Do you have questions? Anybody use their microphone? Because we want to have it on the live.
I just kind of want to respond to what Edward was saying.
Not working.
What Edward was saying about kind of like, how are we supposed to live? Is it working? Oh. How are we supposed to live like if we're, well, first of all, my understanding of being removed is actually going with the writ and actually stating like, and removing us from this corporation called Canada, but then also from Indian Affairs, or ISK they call it now, and literally a writ will be made to say my birth name that's not real, but then who I really am, Anishinaabe Momin, and then he sends them to at the time the Queen was still alive, so we're me and my family are removed. We're already removed. They were served to the Queen when she was alive, and same with Harper. He was in as a prime minister then, so-called prime minister, and ISK, Indian Affairs. So literally, our names are literally removed, but we still are in the monopoly game. We still are, like say, whatever. We still can go through it. It doesn't mean that we're exhumed from it. It's just that we're not stated as prisoners of war anymore. So that's how we. But once we get our stuff together as a tribe. And we're right now, we're protected under the Rocky Mountain tribe because of us being removed, and until we get our stuff together, you know, and I can't wait for that to happen where all of us get removed, and that'll be a bigger protection once we're removed from that system. So this is not our thing. This is our thing. This is for all of us, but it's so hard. It's like, Canada has been so abusive to our people. It's like a relationship, an ugly, abusive relationship that we've been under since we were born, forced into it, right? And it's hard to break away from that relationship. You go back, you stay, you go back, you can't. You either just get out of it and get out of it. And that's what we've done. And we can't enter back in. So we don't vote. We don't do any of those things. It's not that I don't hate people that go into the system. I don't hate them. They think I hate them, but I don't hate them. I just don't like what the lie that they've been doing to our people for so long. I mean, I was in there. I understand. you know, but I feel, but it's hard. It's easy, but it's hard because your own people become your worst enemy. And that's sad. They don't like you for that. They don't like you for being vocal. They don't like you to stand against things. You're rude if you stand against industry. You're mean if you say things that are coming against us all the time, and yet we love our children and those yet to come. They don't like that. That's the hard part. The easy part is we already know what they're like out there, so we already know that. But it's harder when it's our own people. That's the hard part.
But Canada loves me.
So anyway, so that's what I have to say. So
That was Joe Cini speaking. So I just wanted to also say to
Went
Lester.
across the
Oh,
border,
were you going to speak?
no problem.
Oh, here, Ed.
Yep. I read them their rights on the back. Yeah.
So, Lester, I just wanted to, old man,
Yeah.
when we call you old man, it's no disrespect. Joe explained it.
No.
So I get what you're saying. So I get what Ed was saying. So what we have to do is we have to so when we remove ourselves from Indian Affairs INAC, because there is a tribal list that we have there. So say there's 2,800 tribal members. So if we remove ourselves from INAC, do we get removed from that list?
From INAC?
The tribal ban list
Oh, no,
from Indian Affairs.
You give the band a copy of it.
So are we removed from that list though? Because
Yeah. They can never, they would, once you remove, they wouldn't dare even consider cutting you off. Like a lot of people can, I'll get cut off my health you will not. They'll be scared to do it. Because you are now first law of the land.
Wow.
Superseding Canada. I know this because they hate me.
And then my second question, is, okay, so when we remove ourselves, do you have a standard letter, or where do we get this?
Yes.
So once we remove ourselves, do we write them a letter stating that you owe us trust funding?
Yes.
And then you must give it to the person that's removing themselves, right?
Yep.
So how do you do that? Do you have those sample letters?
I've got everything that's already here.
Wow. Okay. So then, third question. Sorry, Ed. Edward Hayden. Yeah. So that's more what I just wanted to understand that. So my name is Councillor Rachel Cini. I'm in the Achievement Council system, but to try to make a difference. Shut up.
Why is it staring at you when you say that? I'm in the chief council system.
Quieten down, Rachel. One of the things I like to understand is to have a plan on where do we begin, and how do we bring comfort to the people so they buy into this thing. Okay. It'd be nice for them to come along.
Yeah, well,
because you want to inform them real good.
that's the hardest part of it.
Yeah, I know.
Is to bring the people to understand what it is that you intend to do. Because a lot of them will see it, first of all, as, first of all, they'll think, well, the government of Canada has all kinds of control over us. How can this work? Well, I know it works because I've done it. Other Indians have done it. They're not cut off. I've been doing this for 40 years. They ain't going to cut you off. They're going to be scared of you. I'm serious.
remember in the movie Bury My Heart at Wounded? Remember when? Where's the microphone? Remember in the movie Bury My Heart at Wounded? Say it again. Remember the movie? I can't even remember that movie now. Bury My Heart Wounded Knee. Remember when in that movie where Red Cloud came in and he was feeling sad because he kind of sold them out at the time, right? But then then Sitting Bull came back or something like that, and then that I think it was Red Cloud. Was it Red Cloud? Where he says, "I will not touch the pen no more." Well, it's kind of like, don't touch that pen no more. That's pretty much it.
That's right, because
Touching the pen like that.
see, that's right. See, Red Cloud made that statement because he knew that Dakota defeated through Red Cloud. He defeated him. He defeated the United States Army. Only the United States had no honor. They didn't sign that treaty of surrender. In 1876, when Dakota and other tribes defeated the United States at war, Sitting Bull waited back 1 year when the other people came to Canada. He waited back there in Dakota's 1 year for the United States to show up and sign a treaty of surrender because they were defeated. So it shows clearly the United States have no honor. They have no honor. The only way they're going to become honorable is when people present themselves as who they truly are. See, Meredith worked in the South. He brought up, he took back territory, by the way. We'll talk about that tomorrow. I'll show you how he did it. I started today, but I'll show you how he did it. I'll show you how I followed his example. But Meredith was dealing with corpus juris secundum, second law of the land. We're dealing with crown law, first law, Queen's law. Now, Bonnie Quince Charlie. See, where the command had gone to the so-called sovereign, Queen Elizabeth. I identified her who she was. She's not English, not British, anything at all. She's descendant of Greek royalty, who were defeated by the white tribes of Europe with our involvement. We were there at the signing of that treaty of surrender. Now, that was the Romans when they were defeated. The Crown of England was always known as the second Rome. Everything I read about it in research, England is the second Rome. Why? Because the Queen is descendant of Romacos, Romans. What they became known as after they left Greece. They were thrown out by the people. They had to run. So I sent her all that research to let her know this is not a dumb Indian you're dealing with here, because they think we're all dumb, eh? I sent that to her to show her you can't fool me, nor can you fool our people anymore. So the reason she responded, it took them a year because they had to look at all the legal documents I sent her, as well as the command. I sent her other documents to show clearly what her agents had done to the people here. Especially on the reserves, eh? What they done to us. My old people never took that treaty. They were told way back. My older brother, late older brother, he said, when we used to talk about these things, he said, we were told, what did you just say earlier about the pen? That's exactly what he said. He said, we're not to touch or sign anything that the government puts in front of us. Because we were living free in the mountains. Only when we came to the white man's law and jurisdiction in the town, that's when the RCMP jumped on us. Because my mom spoke broken English. She didn't operate like a white woman. So she was considered incompetent as a woman. Those sons of bitches only knew she could skin a deer by herself. I've been there with the kid. Saw her carry that deer herself. You know? But you know where the belittlement that's happening legally, it's wonderful because we now can address it. We can address all of it. See, when they make a legal move, they do it through what? Indian organization. They use the Indian against the Indian. The AFN is being attacked consistently, and I'm glad to see it. They're being told straight out. A lot of them spoke up and said, you cannot represent the treaty. You cannot, because you're an organization. Well, those chiefs, they're in the same boat as AFN, but they don't know. I'm not against them. They probably mean well, But they won't have a look at this because they're too well paid by the enemy. I'm serious. Not all. They're too well paid by the enemy. I'll tell you right now, I'm dealing with people after I leave here, probably in a month. I'll be gone. Blackfoot people. Over there, the chief is a multimillionaire. He's never lived on the reserve for 45 years. He lives among the hierarchy where the white men live. The highest, one of the most expensive places just on the edge of Calgary. He never lived on a reserve. He's a multimillionaire. He's working with a guy who's funded by the CIA, who claims 85% of the reserve belongs to him, a white man, who out and out said straight out, I saw a statement, written statement, he's in it for the money. He's developing oil, and there's these people are people of the land. They run horses, cattle, all that kind of thing. That's the end of it for them. So they're using this, the Indian Affairs are allowing this sellout, evil man to destroy everything that the people have left. So I told them, take it to territory. One time I said it, I'll say it again. Here's your territory. Here's your reserve. Here's where all the confusion is created. You're in the box. This is all yours. This is wherever your language is spoken, from here to Bemidji, to the Rocky Mountains, to Montana. Your language is spoken. Same with our language. Nihawa, Negate, Rocky Boy people. Nihawa, Negate. They speak our language. So borders don't apply to Indians. They never did. They never applied to Indians. Indians just accepted that, well, they'll threaten me with jail if I don't abide. That day is over when you come to know who you are and you can present yourself as such. That one I just showed you, I crossed the border with that. They honor it because I served the Obama administration. When he was president, his administration was served in relation to signatory Indians. The Mohawks, they used to have a red card. They honored it at the border there. Then they quit because they used that Turo the wrong way. I didn't use any Turo wampum, anything. I used signatory Indian status. Presented myself as such, crossed the border, come back to Canada. Well, they try to hassle me a bit. It doesn't work. I stand by who I am. And you know, when you recite the law to them, they kind of back off because they're not programmed to that. They start, you know what this guy said? I could hear them talking in a back room sometimes. And they come out, all right, we're free to go. They don't like to say that, but they have to say it. They can't touch you. So that document, for example, she used it, he used it to go to New York. I told him, write it up. I gave them the words, everything. They did it all themselves, got it printed, picture, crossed the border, no problem. Came back, same thing. So I know what works. So there's other stuff that we should go over tomorrow.
Okay, one of
Some of these documents ready for you guys to copy.
one of the other important things that I recognize me is that how to speak the language from us when we're dealing with people in authority. This guy here, at one meeting here, he talked about that you got to learn how to speak your language properly so that the authority will, listen to you.
Yeah.
So I don't know what kind of types of things that our people should be learning when the authorities try to deal with them. That's one of the things I think is very important for us to learn.
Yeah. See what he was saying earlier? That's right on target, what Trudeau said. Here's an example of it. When I was in Vancouver, I have a family there, visiting and everything. So this rally was going on. I was a political rally. The old Trudeau, not this kid, his son. He was running for office again, eh? Pierre Trudeau. So he's in North Vancouver. There's a big rally going on there. So what the hell is going on? I just went out of our curiosity. And Trudeau was giving a speech. He's all drowned it out. The BC Indians there. You couldn't hear Trudeau. He got mad. He started yelling. The microphone. He started yelling at him. Listen to what he said. Listen to what he said. He said, your problem is, you Indians' problem is you don't know who you are. Come back when you know who you are. He's right on target, the little asshole. Hate him if you will. You know.
Last question, and
Well,
that
these
was
guys-
Edward.
You look at. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. That was Edward Hayden, Elders Advisory, that spoke just a few minutes ago. So I just wanted to just say, do you have the forms that state if we do get questioned at the border, if we do get one of these cards that you have and become a signatory Indian? Do you have, like, if we do get questioned at the border?
Call me.
Do you have anything typed out like that we can always carry with us?
I got it here and here.
Old man,
This stuff is just secondary.
you could tell them what happened with us.
Oh, that first time? Okay. Oh, tomorrow. Yeah. All right.
Okay, I'm just gonna ask him, just one comment. In Treaty 5, I just seen it, I think just yesterday, I think was, they developed their own treaty cards for that territory. And in fact, a month ago or so, I messaged the Treaty 1 fella about the same thing.
Uh-huh.
Now, now it's gotten more interesting.
Yeah.
From what I hear today. So I'm really glad to hear that stuff is happening.
Yeah.
That's just a comment, yeah. What's your name? Randy Thomas. Mishka Makla.
Oh, there's another one. Here's another one for you. What you brought up earlier. Remember, you remember when the hell was that? 70s, I believe. During the daytime, all you could find on TV was CBC, and it had all the politicians, old Trudeau, his cabinet, and they had, Alex Skeed was there, and Indians from different areas. They're at the round table, they call it round table talks. It was televised all day for about 3 or 4 days. Also, who was there? I even saw his face on a stamp. It's Harry the dog, Harry Daniels, Métis. They've made a stamp out of Harry now. Jeez. But anyway.
Where's your stamp?
Yeah, how come I didn't get stamped?
Brand.
I got stamped already. I got stamped, reject. So anyway, so he was telling me, Harry, when he got back, telling a few of us were sitting there. He says, I don't understand what Trudeau was up to. He's up to something. He said, when we finish the talks for the day, he says, him and his entourage is walking out, big doors there to the bar. So they started to turn there. He said, I was going in there to have a beer myself. So he turned to Trudeau, he told him, Mr. Trudeau, can we continue this just for a moment? He said, I wouldn't mind a refreshment myself. Trudeau turned to him and he said, why don't you come back when you know who you are? Same thing as he told them BC Indians. So he knows. Look at his name, what does it say behind it? QC, Queen's Counsel. Any member of Queen's Counsel, they know exactly what we're talking about today. Not everything. But they know what the foundation of a signatory tribe is. They know that. But there's nothing they can do about it. You know why? They can't stop you from becoming who the hell you're supposed to be. They know that. They can't do anything about it. Let me finish this. Okay, I told you about the meetings in the mountains, right? I'm sorry, when Dale Clark came there to let us know what happened at the meeting in Edmonton, where they're trying to get rid of us when we're already building houses in the mountains, hunting, doing whatever we've given to do, they try to get rid of us. The last one they talked to was, this presentation was CSIS. CSIS. So the head of K Division was there. He's the one that sent Dale Clark, who's the head of the detachment where we live, in that town near us. So we sent him up with this information. Dale Clark wasn't allowed in the meeting, just as commanding officer. So he said, you ask for Lester House, you want to find him in your area, and you tell him that CSIS declared him as the number one threat to Canadian security. And he said, but let him know I want to talk to him. I'll pay for his room. I have something more to tell him, which I never did go. But he said this in the meeting. He said, I would like a copy of this man's criminal record, if any. Okay? So they had everything set up there, so everybody gets a computerized printout of my record. There's nothing serious since 1974, I believe. 75, somewhere in there, was just an assault. Defending myself, and I get charged for assault. Point of it is, I was charged. So he looks at my record. He says, on this hand, you're saying he's the number one threat to Canadian security. I look at his record, criminal, there's nothing serious. He said, this doesn't balance. What he was not allowed to know. He's not allowed to know what it is that I'd done in relation to commanding the Queen. See, even if he's seen it, because I put it on, I got Jesse Green to put that on a boob tube, eh? So he did. So people will become aware that there is a way. I figured that'll attract the people to consult with us in the mountains. But it ended up there's only me. The others, they decided not to become as learned. But the point of it is, where it went out there, they have wind of it. Now, what happened at that meeting, what I was told was, Dale Clark said, the commanding officer of K Division, he said, why is it that you want those people removed from their own homeland? And there's nothing here that says this man that you say is their leader, which I'm not. I'm just one of the people that was given to do this. Why is he classified as you have classified him, as a threat? There's nothing here to. So I thought, was this cop on my side for a change? What's going on here? So when Dale told me that, he said, he'll pay for your room, he'll give you daily money for food. He has something to tell you. I didn't go. We discussed it. And the women decided, no, he's not worth talking to. You already said as much as you need to say to the Queen. So that's one of the reasons I put it out there, so that every damn one of them, whether they be in law or politics, whatever, it's all the same thing to me. They'll see clearly. The command is real. Her response is real. She acknowledged the command. Very simple. So Canada cannot touch me. What did that, what's his name, Anderson, the Minister for the Environment, because we took over lands in a national park. The title was being transferred to the province. So it would be provincial crown land from federal crown land. We messed it all up by moving in and started building. We threw a wrench into their plans. So, and they couldn't touch us. Now, so after a while, I got pretty cocky. I thought, we got it. So I started accepting to represent people in the court. After a while, they stopped me because they caught on. They can't beat what I present. They can't beat it. They know that. The judges know it. Every matter, 16 cases, they've acquitted everything. Threw it all out. Every case. And I didn't do it because somebody wants to get off a charge. I did it because he said he wants to become an Indian, as he's supposed to be, a signatory tribal Indian. Not continue as somebody who could be arrested again and charged again. Once it's been dealt with, not so much in a court of law, once it's been served to them and you identify as signatory, they can't touch you. The exact words that Meredith said when I left him in New York, when I got home to the mountains, that cop came up, he said the same thing. Well, I've been sent here to tell you, apparently we can't touch you people. Well, some of those guys almost fell off their chair. They had to warrants up the jeet. You know, they can't be touched. Then all of a sudden I was a popular guy for a while. But it's you know, when I think of it, there's tons of documents, but it's so simple. That's what I try to do, is cut to the chase, explaining the best I can. Any more questions? Or should we go home now?
Bright and early tomorrow, guys.
Okay?
Bright and early tomorrow.
All right.
10 o'clock.
6 a.m.
All right, so that's going to conclude today's community workshop, Traditional Law Teachings by Lester HOWSE. And we will be back on site again tomorrow here at the GINEW Wellness Center, sorry. And it's going to start, it's scheduled for 10 o'clock today, but it didn't start till like 10:30ish. I'm assuming it's probably going to be around the same tomorrow, but you can tune in tomorrow anytime after 10 in the morning, and you'll be able to watch a follow-up workshop, which I believe is going to discuss other matters that you might want to be interested in listening to. But yeah, okay, that's going to be it for now. And let's see. If you guys want to message me, if you guys have an event, any kind of community event, elections, concerts, sporting events, whatever it is that you're looking for, you can message me, Rod_ARRIAGADA_204 yahoo.com. That's my email. And my name is Rod, pronounced ARRIAGADA. All right, and we're going to go out the same way that we came in with the intro. And on that note, thank you for tuning in. If you liked the stream, if you shared it at all, I appreciate it. If not, you could always do that tomorrow. We'll see you guys tomorrow in the AM. All right, have a good night, everyone. Cheers.